postponing the hearing or adjourning the hearing that day, so that the Trinamool Congress can buy more time in order to ensure that their strategies are at place. Now we saw that that particular day the hearing was in fact adjourned. Not only that, in that particular WhatsApp chat of the TMC legal cell group, it was also mentioned that after the chaos is done, after everything is over at the High Court courtroom, after the adjournment is over, after the adjournment is announced, the legal cell members should go to Mamata Banerjee's rally at Jadavpur. So this is the way in which TMC legal cell members and advocates and workers, in a pre-planned way, created chaos, disorder, and ensured that the hearing of the High Court is postponed and adjourned. Today, Supreme Court was really anguished to hear such orchestrated chaos at the High Court. On the other hand, the ED has also submitted through its lawyers, especially we saw that Tushar Mehta and SV Raju was arguing for them, that how Mamata Banerjee obstructed the whole process of investigation at IPAC office, and she herself, with the help of DG Rajiv Kumar and with the help of police officials, stole and ran away with important documents. In fact, the ED has gone as far as to ask for suspension of DG Rajiv Kumar because he was himself present when all of these illegal activities, unlawful activities were conducted by the Chief Minister herself. Right now, there is a break at the Supreme Court, after which the hearing will restart. But what we are getting to know till now from the Supreme Court is that the ED has clearly submitted evidences of how the investigation was tampered, was hampered, was stopped, was interrupted by Mamata Banerjee and her associates and IPS and IAS officers. On the other hand, Mamata Banerjee's lawyer, especially Kapil Sibal and Abhishek Manu Singhvi, they were arguing that Mamata Banerjee was just defending her party property, and the ED was acting on behalf of a particular section of a particular political party before the elections, so that the important documents of the TMC can be taken away.
Yes,
the court will be hearing the case in a while.
I just want to say, once again, tell our viewers what exactly happened. Solicitor General Tushar Mehta accused Banerjee of theft, Kishale, and he also said this is not the first time that Mamata Banerjee has done this and urged the top court to settle the issue once and for all. So, of course, this is a developing story that we're seeing. But what were the arguments which were being made from the Bengal government side?
As you rightly pointed out, Tushar Mehta very specifically spoke about this incident and the previous incident where Mamata Banerjee was sitting for a dharna in front of the office of Rajiv Kumar when CBI went there to interrogate him. So that reference was also drawn by the ED, and by Solicitor General Tushar Mehta and SV Raju as well. On the other hand, from the side of the state government, not from the side of the state government, but from the side of the Trinamool Congress, because the TMC is a party in this case, it has been pointed out that important documents of the party, which includes strategy of the party in the upcoming election, 2026 election, the list of the candidates for 2026 election of TMC, all these documents were being taken away by ED, so Mamata Banerjee went there to stop that. On the other hand, very crucially, lawyers from arguing for Mamata Banerjee accepted that by mistake, quote unquote, by mistake, Mamata Banerjee took one of the digital devices of the ED, which means Mamata Banerjee took away a laptop and a phone of ED. Right, so it's very crucial that they have accepted this.
Yes, Kishale. Well, I'll be coming back to you for more on this. So it's ED versus Mamata at the Apex Court. Republic TV is getting you every update from the Supreme Court on this developing story. Let's move ahead, viewers, to some of the other stories that we are tracking. Next is Bharat in 1 minute. We'll get you all that's making news. Let's get started. Anti-terror operation continues in Kathua for the second consecutive day in Kathua. This operation was launched by the Jammu and Kashmir police just after 2 suspected terrorists were spotted by residents. Indian Army has also deployed its special forces as part of the operation. DIG JKS Shiv Kumar Sharma also visited the site last night. There was a clash in Purana Pul in Old City in Hyderabad, allegedly due to the desecration of a temple. We see that decoratives were torn down and an attempt was made to vandalize a temple, which led to a clash between a Hindu and a Muslim communities. Police reached the site immediately to disperse the crowd who were raising slogans and pelting stones and even tried to vandalize dargahs as a retort. Police said that everything is in control and they are on high alert. There had been a late-night encounter between the North District Anti-Narcotics Team and criminals in Delhi. Two of the shooters, identified as Deepak and Neil, arrested, were associated with the Lawrence Bishnoi gang. They were involved in the firing incidents in Paschim Bihar and West Vinod Nagar as well. They were firing from both the sides. One of the criminals sustained a gunshot wound to the leg. A constable was shot as well as the bulletproof jacket saved him. 2 pistols, live cartridges and a scooter were recovered from the accused. All right, viewers, at the 78th Army Day Parade, the Chief of the Army Staff, General Upendra Dwivedi, addressed the media and said that the Indian Army is steadily evolving into a future-ready force with empowered soldiers. Take a look.
मैं आपके माध्यम से भारतीय सेना के सभी सैनिकों, हमारे सिविलियन कर्मचारियों, वेटरन्स, वीर नारियों और उनके परिवारजनों को हार्दिक शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। इस पावन अवसर पर हम उन वीर सैनिकों को श्रद्धापूर्वक नमन करते हैं जिन्होंने देश की सेवा में सर्वोच्च बलिदान दिया। मैं राजस्थान सरकार और खासकर जयपुर के नागरिकों को तहे दिल से धन्यवाद देता हूं। आज बड़ी संख्या में नागरिकों की उपस्थिति यह दर्शाती है कि सेना और जनता के बीच कितना गहरा संबंध है। आपका उत्साह और समर्थन हर सैनिक का मनोबल बढ़ाता है। जयपुर में सेना दिवस का आयोजन सेना को नागरिकों के और करीब लाने का प्रयास है। परेड के अलावा नो योर आर्मी मेला जैसे कार्यक्रमों ने इस संबंध को और मजबूत किया। आज शाम शौर्य संध्या में ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के दौरान सेना के साहस, अनुशासन और क्षमता का प्रदर्शन किया जाएगा। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर ने एक नया नॉर्मल स्थापित किया है। इस ऑपरेशन ने भारतीय सेना की तेज प्रतिक्रिया, बेहतर समन्वय और सटीक कार्यवाही की क्षमता का दर्शाया है। यह एक परिपक्व, आत्मविश्वासी और जिम्मेदार बल की तस्वीर प्रस्तुत करता है जो राष्ट्रीय हितों की रक्षा के लिए पूरी तरह सक्षम है। पिछले कुछ वर्षों में भारतीय सेना की सोच में एक स्पष्ट बदलाव आया। हम केवल वर्तमान चुनौतियों पर ही नहीं बल्कि भविष्यों के युद्धों की तैयारी में भी गंभीरता से काम कर रहे हैं। इसी दिशा में नई संरचनाएं यानी नए स्ट्रक्चर्स बनाए जा रहे हैं जिन्हें भविष्य की आवश्यकताओं के अनुसार इक्विप और ट्रेन किया जा रहा है।
During Operation Sindoor, the Indian Armed Forces created history with the indomitable courage, valor and unwavering resolve. Watch this inspiring tale of bravery through this short film showcased at the Army Day Parade in Jaipur. breaking news coming in, viewers. The ED versus Mamata Banerjee case, which has reached the apex court hearing, resumes in the top court. And just getting you these updates because once again we see that some new arguments are being made here. And Mamata government is saying stay the FIRs as a hearing has resumed in the top court. Also, just getting you through what has been said before. Supreme Court has said it's very much disturbed by the chaos in the Calcutta High Court during the hearing, which was related to the ongoing face-off between the ED and Mamata Banerjee-led TMC. The court noted that it is a serious issue and it intends to issue a notice in the matter. So now there was a lunch break. And after the lunch break, now it's over. The hearing, the bench has resumed them, and the order is being dictated. I repeat, the order is being dictated as we speak. The ED has accused Banerjee and West Bengal officials of interfering with its investigation and the searches at the offices of political consultancy firm IPAC. And appearing for the central agency, Solicitor General Tushar Mehta accused Banerjee of theft. I want to go across to our senior executive editor, Abhishek. Okay, Abhishek, huge update coming in. ED versus Mamata in Supreme Court. The order is being dictated. All right. We'll go to our editors in a short while because we're just waiting for that order to come out. The fight has reached, viewers. The fight has reached the apex court. ED versus Mamata in Supreme Court. The order is being dictated. And appearing for the central agency, Solicitor General Tushar Mehta accused Banerjee of theft and said she took evidence from the residence of IPAC co-founder Prateek Jain. Okay, let's go straight across to our senior executive editor, Abhishek Kapoor. Abhishek, we see that Mamata government is saying that we won't stay on the FIR which has been filed. And this is a huge update coming in because this fight between ED and Mamata Banerjee has now reached the apex court. The order is being dictated.
Well, yes, as we speak, the order is being dictated, Shivangi, and the ED petition was very clear. They wanted FIRs to be registered against the action of the Bengal Chief Minister and some of her officers to have taken away that file. There was specific charge of theft, and the ED, in fact, wanted all those officers who accompanied the Chief Minister to be suspended on grounds of intimidation and obstruction of duty of a government employee or a public servant, as it is called. It's a clear BNSS section under which the ED had sought action. The ED in SC has said that they want the case to move out of Bengal in terms of all the FIRs that have been filed. Remember, there was a Bengal police FIR also against the Enforcement Directorate. So the ED wants that FIR to be moved out of Bengal in case it is not being quashed at this stage. Justice Mishra asked what's the interim prayer, to which the Solicitor General Tushar Mehta said that they stay the FIRs that the ED is facing in Bengal, transfer them out of Bengal, suspend the officers who had accompanied Mamata Banerjee, the Chief Minister of Bengal. The ED has made a charge of theft and robbery insofar as those documents are concerned. Remember the green file that Mamata Banerjee carried, and they want the CBI to investigate the case of theft which the ED makes against the Bengal Chief Minister. So that's the final prayer. Move the FIRs from Bengal to outside Bengal, make the CBI investigate them, look at the possibility of theft and robbery, and make sure that ED is not intimidated any further. Justice Mishra has said that the Solicitor General's submission that it is not the first instance where Chief Minister has interfered in the case of Bengal with an investigation, and it has happened also when CBI was probing an offence, and thus a pattern when a probe is carried. Remember the predicate offence in which the CBI landed at the office of the IPAC for its search and seizure was essentially a CBI probe in the coal mining scam that was being probed, which included Anup Majhi as one of the accused. The illegal coal mining going on in Bengal and that belt, essentially Jharkhand, Bengal, Chhattisgarh. But the ED has said that this obstruction is not for the first time. That's a big one because they are saying that the Bengal government, specifically the Chief Minister, keeps doing it off and on. The Supreme Court now dictating order in the ED versus Mamata case. and the ED has asked the SC to stay all the FIRs, transfer them to outside Bengal, let the CBI look into them, and take tough decisions, take strict action against officers who accompanied Mamata Banerjee when she obstructed ED officers. So the Solicitor General has also said that it is very difficult to carry on the probe in a case which runs up to about 3,000 crore rupees, which is 2,742 crore rupees. And that's the proceeding till now. Remember, this is the second leg of the proceedings, the part of which happened in the morning also, when the petition was taken up. Even the SC seems to be agreeing that this is not the first time that the Chief Minister has interfered. If that's the case, then it's a big one. The Supreme Court, is it the SG or SC, pointing out a pattern of attacks on investigation agencies? That's Justice Mishra essentially delineating and outlining the arguments made by the Solicitor General, it seems. So when SC points at how the CBI team was also attacked in Bengal, the SC is essentially enunciating the arguments of the government, of the ED, which were presented by the Solicitor General. So it's not the SC saying it, but the SC quoting the Solicitor General and making the point that the ED cases, that this is not the first time that the Chief Minister of Bengal has interrupted and obstructed an ongoing investigation and probe, that it keeps happening in Bengal, and so some strict action needs to be taken to send across a message and set an example. The Supreme Court now observes that the legal cell of the TMC has sent messages to assemble in court. Again, this is encapsulation of the ED arguments. This is pertaining to last week's proceedings in the Calcutta High Court, which could not be held because there was pandemonium and chaos inside the courtroom, as the TMC perhaps had mobilized all those people who came crashing inside the court. And so the SC is saying appropriate for the court to examine as higher officials involved. Now SC has taken the jurisdiction in this case by saying that it seems we are right in sitting in judgment over whether there has been an overreach by senior levels of officialdom in Bengal. And that's a big one. That's a big one. Appropriate for the court to examine as whether higher officials are involved or not. The Supreme Court has pointed out how the CBI team was also attacked in Bengal. This was earlier, and the SC now going on to say that this is a clear case where they need to intervene. Justice Mishra has also said the Additional Solicitor General has submitted recording of FIR, which is a cognizable offence and is mandatory in view of the Lalita Kumari judgment. Thus, when Chief Minister and DGP are involved, this is again the ED argument. It cannot be expected that police subordinate to them shall conduct investigation in a fair manner. Does the present case be probed by CBI? That's a submission by the ED. Now let's encapsulate what have been the primary prayers of the Enforcement Directorate in the Supreme Court petition. One, they want CBI to probe Mamata file chori, FIR to be filed. The Supreme Court allows CBI probe into Mamata file chori. That's a big development, big breaking development. The ED petition is granted. The ED petition is granted. And we are going to see the CBI picking a probe into why Mamata Banerjee, the Chief Minister of Bengal, came in, rushed and snatched those files in that green folder from the ED officers as the raid was going on at the IPAC office, which is a political consultancy assisting the Trinamool Congress in its political campaigns from Bengal to Goa and in between. So I think this is a big development. The ED getting its way, the Supreme Court allowing its petition, not only allowing its petition but allowing its prayers that the CBI would probe the theft of files. That's a big one. I think if that has happened, we really need to make it big. Okay, that's not confirmed, but it seems that the Supreme Court is just encapsulating the arguments of the Enforcement Directorate that were made. Yes. Okay, so this is essentially the top court before reading the final order, just encapsulating the arguments of both the sides. And now it's going to the court is now encapsulating the arguments of Trinamool side, which were presented across by senior counsels Kapil Sibbal and Abhishek Manu Singhvi, both of the Congress party formerly, they had appeared and presented their petitions. Big one. Justice Mishra says the Trinamool petitions are not maintainable. That's a big one, which means ED petition is allowed, the Trinamool petition is rejected. And Sibbal says Chief Minister has not gone to the place. Chief Minister has not gone to the place as the Chief Minister, but as the Chairman of Trinamool Congress, on the information that some unauthorized persons have entered the premises of Pratik Jain. That's a spin coming in. Okay, Kishla joins us from our Kolkata newsroom. It's a big spin coming in. And the spin by the Trinamool is, Kishla, that Chief Minister of Bengal, Mamata Banerjee, went to the IPAC office not in her capacity as Chief Minister, but as President of or Chief of the Trinamool Congress Party, and that she was there because she had received information that there has been a trespass, that some unauthorized individuals have come in. But the fact is that the ED officials identified themselves. How is the case going to go from here on?
Exactly, Abhishek. The points made by the Supreme Court are essentially very important here, where the Supreme Court is saying, as you were rightly pointing out, that the CBI team was previously attacked in Bengal. Now the ED team was targeted. The Supreme Court is pointing out how the whole scenario played out in the High Court, where WhatsApp group messages were used to ensemble people, to arrange people inside the courtroom in order to create a ruckus. It is also being mentioned that the ED is asking for CBI. We will confirm in a while whether that CBI probe will be given by the Supreme Court or not, but the Supreme Court is mentioning that the case which was lodged by the Trinamool Congress is also not maintainable. So in a way, the Supreme Court is defining or highlighting the points which were argued by the ED lawyers and also by Solicitor General Tushar Mehta, where it was pointed out that in a pre-planned way, High Court hearing was stopped. In a pre-planned way, the investigation by ED was interrupted by the Chief Minister herself. In fact, the Supreme Court is also pointing out how high officials were involved in this. We know DG Rajiv Kumar, he was present with Mamata Banerjee. We know the Chief Secretary and Home Secretary were present with Mamata Banerjee. The Chief Commissioner of Police was present with the Chief Minister. So in a way, high officials of the West Bengal government along with Mamata Banerjee were involved in interrupting this case. The Supreme Court is giving out very crucial points. We also see that the CGI is saying right now, as you were pointing out, Justice Mishra is saying that Shri Sibbal says CM has not gone to the place as the CM but as the chairman of the Trinamool Congress on info that some unauthorized person have entered the premises of Pratik Jain. So if Chief Minister went there in the form of Trinamool Supremo, then what was the DG doing? What was the Commissioner of Police doing? What was the Home Secretary doing with her? What was the Chief Secretary of West Bengal was doing? These questions come up. Hence, these arguments and the points made by the Supreme Court, henceforth by the judges, are very crucial at this point of time, Abhishek.
All right, Kishla, stay with us. In fact, as we speak, order is being instructed by the Supreme Court. The ED has flagged concerns about the manner in which obstruction of investigations and probes keeps happening so frequently in Bengal. The Trinamool Congress has maintained that the Chief Minister had gone there in her capacity as the Chief of the party and not as Bengal Chief Minister. And that was because she had heard that there was a trespass happening and that she had all the reason to believe that this is aimed at compromising the political wherewithal available to the Trinamool Congress. And so she had to intervene. TMC has said that the DGP had to be with the Chief Minister because she is a Z plus protectee. And this is essentially encapsulation of the arguments that have taken place from both the sides. So the ED plea that an FIR be filed and that CBI probe the theft of files by the Bengal Chief Minister, and the Trinamool maintaining that she was well within her right as the boss of Trinamool to intervene at IPAC during the IPAC raid because it pertained to the political strategy of the Trinamool Congress. The Supreme Court is now dictating the order on the ED plea, and the SC bench is dictating cases of serious nature is one observation that has been made by the top court of the country, topmost court of the country, and now they are going into the details. Now Justice Mishra has said that having heard learned counsels, we are of the prima facie view that present plea is raised as a serious issue relating to the investigation by the ED and its interference by state agencies. ED plea and DD's defense. For adherence to rule, field of law enforcement agency of a state, law, and to allow each organ to function independently so that nobody is allowed to be protected under the shield of state agency. I think essentially what the court is saying is there are larger questions of federalism involved, constitutional federalism involved, and that they need to be looked into. So whether the Supreme Court is going to widen this into a larger state versus center issue, larger cooperative federalism issue, larger constitutional scheme of things when it comes to federalism, I think that's something in which direction this seems to be heading. Lawlessness, if the situation is left unresolved, it can lead to lawlessness, is what we are hearing from the Supreme Court. Can we get rhythm? Can we get rhythm on the phone? This Kishalai, a very political argument by the, but I think let's stick to the Supreme Court first. Supreme Court is saying ED can probe a serious offence. Supreme Court is saying this is a serious matter. Supreme Court is saying that this seems like it impinges on constitutional arrangements and scheme of things, that we need to find if a political party also obstructed the ED probe. So that's a big one. That's a big observation by the Supreme Court. If someone is writing on the output, if the Supreme Court is saying that irrespective whether Mamata Didi went there in her capacity as Chief Minister or as the boss of Trinamool, the fact is the ED's work was obstructed, that a central agency's probe was obstructed, and that it's a serious matter. If the situation is not looked into, it can lead to lawlessness, and so we really need to intervene. So Supreme Court has first created a locus for itself for intervening on this, and then has observed that this is a serious matter which can lead to lawlessness if not tackled at this stage. Irrespective of the arguments made, whether Mamata Banerjee went there as Trinamool boss, whether she did take away the material or not, that needs to be investigated. So Supreme Court had issued notice seeking reply in 3 days from the Bengal government. That's a serious enough observation, and Justice Mishra has said that it is directed that respondents shall protect the CCTV footage of the premises searched as on Jan 8. Show cause notice to Mamata government. That's the important takeaway, as also instruction to preserve CCTV footage. Those are two clear set of instructions, and notice is returnable by 3 days. Okay, let's go to Kishalai. Kishalai, 3 days show cause notice to Mamata government to respond as to whether this is not a breach of constitutional scheme of things, whether this is not obstruction of duty of a public servant, and Supreme Court making a clear observation that does not matter if she went there as a Trinamool boss. So I think the Mamata government would need a lot of explaining to do.
Abhishek, the justice is saying right now there are larger questions which emerge and if not answered shall lead to lawlessness. So it was a complete lawless situation when the chief minister went there to steal files. That is what, now the next sentence is, if central agencies are working bona fide to probe a serious offence, a question arises, can they be obstructed by party activities? There is a economic fraud, there is a financial fraud and the central agencies go to probe and then a party supremo will arrive and stop that probe and snatch away all the files is essentially the question that the Supreme Court is asking today. So a notice has been issued to the respondents and counter has to be filed in 3 days, as you were rightly pointing out, Abhishek. So it has to be answered by the Mamata government, Mamata Banerjee, that why did she obstruct the work of a central agency while they were investigating a serious financial fraud. That is what they are saying. And also, it is directed that respondents shall protect the CCTV footage of premises searched as on January 8th. But yesterday in the High Court, the ED has already submitted that many of these CCTV footages has been destroyed by Kolkata police. That is what they said in the High Court yesterday. So these CCTV footages do not exist. Many of these are already destroyed according to the ED lawyers. So the ED is saying we don't have much of these CCTVs because Mamata Banerjee's police destroyed this. Now the Supreme Court is saying that these CCTV footages needs to be protected and Mamata Banerjee needs to answer that why did she go there, and also the Supreme Court is coming down heavily on Mamata, saying if central agencies are working bona fide to probe a serious offence, a question arises, can they be obstructed by party activities, like what Mamata Banerjee said, that she went there as a Trinamool Supremo, but that is also not allowed. That is essentially the point being made here.
Well, yes, I think so. In that case, it's a big development, and things do not seem to be going the Bengal government or Trinamool way, Kishale, if the Supreme Court's preliminary observations are to go by, because the Supreme Court has said A, that it's a serious matter, B, that if the Supreme Court does not intervene, it can or if the situation is not looked into, it can lead to lawlessness. See that there are larger questions involved of constitutionalism, of federalism, and so the Supreme Court has a locus in this, and clubbing all these arguments or justifications, the Supreme Court has issued a 3-day notice. Now, typically, if you get a show cause notice and have to reply in 3 days, then the Supreme Court attaches an urgency to it, is something that comes out. And all the 3 FIRs against the ED have been stayed by the Supreme Court. So the Bengal police cannot continue investigation in this probe also. I think if you read the tea leaves right, Kishale, then there are strong headwinds against the Mamata government. They cannot continue with the probe that they had launched with filing of FIRs against Enforcement Directorate. They have to respond to the ED. It's likely that the case might be taken out of Bengal and that the CBI might get in.
This is the most crucial part, Abhishek. It is also directed, the justice is saying right now, has said in his order, it is also directed that the FIRs registered against the ED officers shall remain stayed till next date of hearing. The ED was specifically arguing that Kolkata police lodged FIR against them in order to stop the investigation and in order to harass the ED officials who were engaged in investigating these financial frauds against IPAC. So these were politically motivated FIRs done by Mamata Banerjee's police. Now the Supreme Court has stayed those FIRs till the next day of hearing. We are getting to know that the next day of hearing is 3rd February 2026. Till that time, the FIRs against ED officials have been stayed. Justice Mishra is also saying, please direct investigation without coercive steps. If stay is there, then let there be more time to apply. This is what Singhvi is saying. This is what Abhishek Manu Singhvi is saying. Supreme Court is saying, no, we could have passed the order after 10 minutes also, but since so much was argued, it was important to record everything. So this is recorded that all the FIRs against ED officials are now stayed. So that is a big blow to Mamata Banerjee's police and her government. On the other hand, another big blow is that she has to reply to the Supreme Court about why she intervened in this whole process of investigation, even as a political party supremo. And the Supreme Court has come down heavily on her, saying any financial fraud being investigated, being probed by an investigating agency cannot be stopped by a political party, by a political activity, and this can lead to complete lawlessness. That is what the Supreme Court is observing, and the directions are very clear. There is a show cause notice which needs to be replied. The CCTV footages needs to be preserved. On the other hand, there can be no steps taken in terms of the FIRs lodged by Kolkata police against the ED officials. Three very crucial points, all against Mamata Banerjee. The Supreme Court has come down heavily on Mamata's government.
All right, Swapnil Kothari joins us for more on this. Swapnil, we were discussing this yesterday in the context of the Calcutta High Court proceedings. Today it's the Supreme Court, and essentially a broad contour emerges, which is that things do not look good for the Mamata government. The Supreme Court believes it's a serious matter. Supreme Court believes that this needs to be looked into, that this can lead to lawlessness, and the issues of constitutionalism, federalism are involved. So it seems that things might not go Mamata way insofar as Supreme Court proceedings are concerned.
Well, Abhishek, in a nutshell, it's time for the presidential rule in the state of West Bengal. I don't think this government is running the way it needs to be running, and interference in the affairs of the investigating agency is nothing but a tampering of, justice or evidence in many ways, and also interference in the proceedings, interference in the administration of justice, to be precise, to use the legal language. And tampering of evidence is definitely there. There is no question or an attempt to do so. And the very fact that the Supreme Court has come down heavily is with a view to ensure that all the FIRs are stayed against the Enforcement Directorate, because the police seems to be working totally at the behest of the Mamata government. And that is what the Supreme Court has done. It has said that, okay, even if we pass this order saying that you give us a reply as to why you are there at all in the first place in this matter. So until and unless you give us this reply, we are not going to, for the moment, we are staying all the decisions in the, as all the FIRs are concerned, we are staying all of them. So you cannot act in a revenge or as a reprisal against the state agencies which are operating independently, which is the Enforcement Directorate, and which is the case here. Now, It's very clear that the Supreme Court is leaving no stone unturned to ensure that the rule of law, to the best extent possible, prevails in the state of West Bengal, or should I say, in the state of lawless Bengal, because it is completely lawless, and anarchy is not far from this particular state at all. I don't think so. It has ever been lawful since the past decade or so. So this is one state which is an absolute blur, a stigma, and the Supreme Court is well aware of that, and so is the West Bengal High Court. Rather, the Kolkata High Court, to be precise, if I want to say that. Yeah. But, this is the perfect judgment, and let's see what Mamata comes up with in a reply to what the Supreme Court has asked.
Swapnil, one very significant takeaway that's coming out of this is that the Supreme Court has stopped all FIRs, or stayed all FIRs by the Bengal police, A and B. More significantly, the Supreme Court has observed that we have to look into whether, because it was argued on behalf of Mamata Banerjee that she went there as Trinamool chief and not as Bengal chief minister, that whether a political party has a right to obstruct a central agency. So in this case, there seems to be little escape window available to Trinamool and Mamata government and Mamata Banerjee as chief minister or as Trinamool boss.
Well, the Supreme Court saw through that chicanery there. It saw that there was a mask of saying that I'm the Trinamool party head and not the chief minister of West Bengal. But unfortunately, you are and you have gone there as the Chief Minister of West Bengal trying to throw your weight around, which has not worked. And the enforcement director has shown some spine in that and said that, look, you may be whoever, but you're not going to interfere in the administration of justice. And should you do so, we are not going to tolerate that at all. And the Supreme Court has come down very heavily. And that is the reason why you're seeing this kind of a strong language, which you normally don't see when it comes to the Supreme Court or when it comes to, ruling against a political party. Court is trying to ensure that this is just not done. We are not going to tolerate this at all. And that is what this is all about.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we are, thank you so much, Swapnil, for joining us with your thoughts. And you were very clear that this becomes a case to consider whether you need a president's rule in Bengal. But of course, we are heading into election cycle. So maybe it's all political from here on, because just a couple of months before Bengal has its state assembly elections. We are coming out of this, and
All right, viewers, these are live visuals that we are getting in. This is the first ever medical evacuation from the International Space Station. Live visuals on your screen. This is the SpaceX Crew 11 Dragon that has now splashed down at the Pacific Ocean. 4 astronauts from the United States, Japan, Russia have returned to Earth. An evacuation process over there underway. And tracking those visuals live for you. In just a short while from now, we expect the crew members to be taken out of that capsule one by one. This is the SpaceX Crew 11 Dragon that has now splashed down the Pacific Ocean. This is the first ever medical evacuation from the International Space Station. All right, viewers, we stay with those pictures that we are getting in. This is the first ever medical evacuation from the International Space Station. 4 astronauts from United States, Japan and Russia returning to Earth. You can see over there NASA officials essentially carrying out the final checks and cuts over there before the astronauts are taken out, escorted out of the capsule. They will be met with a team of medical officers over there to help with their immediate medical relief post them coming out of the capsule. These are 4 NASA astronauts who have splashed down safely in the Pacific Ocean of Southern California, marking the first ever medical evacuation. This Crew 11 Dragon spacecraft, named Endeavour, undocked from the ISS at 3:30 a.m. IST on the 15th of January, carrying 4 NASA astronauts, Zena Cardman, Mike Finchke, and another astronaut from Japan and a Roscosmos cosmonaut from Russia. This multinational crew departed about a month ahead of schedule following NASA's January 8th decision for a controlled medical evacuation due to a serious but stable medical issue with one member. NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman had confirmed that the move prioritized ground-based treatment with the patient being stable throughout. However, NASA essentially did not reveal the name of the astronaut at the time, citing privacy and confidentiality. To tell you a little bit about this crew, viewers, this is a multinational mission to the International Space Station, highlighting continued global cooperation in human spaceflight. The 4-member team included astronauts from Japan, United States and Russia. During their stay aboard the International Space Station, the crew conducted scientific experiments, performed maintenance tasks and supported technology demonstrations. This mission highlighted the importance of collaboration in space, even amid challenges, while advancing research in areas like microgravity, human health and Earth observation. The crew essentially re-entered the Earth on Thursday afternoon. In fact, just a short while back, they splashed down, occurred at about 2:11 p.m. Indian time under favorable weather conditions despite pre-dawn darkness near San Diego. As we speak, you can see over there the main door of the capsule being opened, the final checks being carried out by the NASA team over there. We expect one by one all 4 members of the crew to be escorted out and taken to medical center by the team over there. NASA and SpaceX teams on standby. They have already retrieved the capsule. They're just awaiting, conducting initial medical checks before a helicopter transports the astronauts to shore. All right, viewers, we slip into a very short break, but on the other side, we'll get you the ground updates from battleground Mumbai, where polling for the BMC elections is underway. Rolling coverage on Republic TV.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDA चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDA चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDA चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDA चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
The icy cold waters of the Atlantic Ocean are getting hot, and how? The United States, in an overnight operation, has seized 2 oil tankers, one in the North Atlantic near Iceland, the other one near the Caribbean Sea. The one caught or seized near Iceland is Russia flagged, and the one that's caught near the Caribbean Sea was apparently a shadow tanker, a dark tanker carrying Venezuelan oil to China. Now, both the tankers were carrying Venezuelan oil, which is sanctioned by the United States. There is an embargo. It's interesting and a little curious how the 2 tankers could leave such heavily guarded waters, which are guarded both by the US Coast Guard and the US Navy, and reach this far. In fact, in the case of the merchant vessel Marinera, which is Russia flagged and was caught near Iceland by the US Navy with help from the United Kingdom Navy, the US Navy was on the chase, hot on the chase of this vessel for about 2 weeks, which shows that it was completely tracked, and both the sides were aware, because even in the case of the Russians, a submarine was closely following or shadowing this tanker which was carrying oil for Russia. Now, it's interesting why Russia, which itself has so much of energy, needs this oil from Venezuela, and that's where the whole geopolitics comes into play. Because remember, post the capture, abduction, kidnapping of Nicolas Maduro, the president of Venezuela, by the United States, the US has been building, President Trump himself leading from the front, a scenario where they want to really grab Greenland from Denmark. And so they really want to show that the security of North Atlantic is compromised and they need to be there, and that's why they need Greenland. So maybe it's because of that, we don't know. But taken together, it's clear that in the case of merchant vessel Marinera and the merchant vessel Sofia, which was caught, a dark fleet caught from near Caribbean Sea, which was taking the oil to China, United States has made it amply clear, taken together all these actions, that when it comes to its neighborhood, the Western Hemisphere, the so-called Monroe or the latest Don Road.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Niva Bupa Health Insurance has come on board as our studio partner. And viewers, Niva Bupa Health Insurance is trusted by over 2.7 crore Indians. It offers India's first truly unlimited health insurance plan with no limit or coverage. Let's take a quick check of the headlines now. ED Mamata face off in Supreme Court over IPAC raid drama, timing question, obstruction denied.
आरोप पे नहीं, टीका टिप्पणी पे नहीं, लोग डेवलपमेंट पे वोट करेंगे, इसलिए मुंबई में देखा है कि 25% से ज़्यादा वोटिंग हुई है, यह बदलाव का चिन्ह है.
High stakes BMC elections underway. Mumbai registers 18% voter turnout till 11:30 a.m.
दूसरा आश्वासन दिलाना चाहता हूं कि भारतीय सेना समय के साथ अपने आप को बदलती रहेगी और उभरती शक्ति में जो बदलाव लाने हैं उसको लाती रहेगी.
Grand display of military prowess and India's indigenous capabilities during Army Day Parade in Jaipur. Bhairab Battalion makes debut. Air India captain's relative summoned in AI-171 probe. Pilot's body alleges a narrative being woven. 2 teen athletes found hanging inside hostel in Kerala's Kollam. Probe launched. We are going straight across the visuals that are coming in of the NASA's Crew 11 mission. Astronauts Zena Cardman, Mike Finch, and Japan's Kimiya Yui and Russia's Oleg Platonov were on board. And due to a medical emergency, this mission has been cut short by a month. It is said to be a serious but undisclosed medical condition. That's the breaking news we have right now. Medical condition suffered by one crew member. The astronaut was described as stable, and this was a controlled evacuation. They say that it's not an emergency evacuation, but it's a controlled evacuation. But this is the first in the station's 25-plus year history. Despite models predicting one every few years, the 4 astronauts undocked from the ISS on the 14th of January aboard the SpaceX Dragon capsule that's named Endeavour. And they safely splashed down in the Pacific Ocean off the coast of California early today and early 15th of January. And this event led to a temporary reduction in ISS crew size, leaving a skeleton crew of 3, pausing routine or emergency spacewalks until reinforcement arrived. So this is the breaking news we have right now. NASA completes this is the first medical evacuation from space. All 4 astronauts have returned safely. And NASA astronauts have splashed down safely in the Pacific Ocean. As you can see, live visuals coming in of them ejecting from the spacecraft. Shivam is joining us live on the broadcast. Shivam, the important part is this is the first ever medical evacuation from space. And it's a multinational crew. And the mission has also been cut short. Tell us more details about this, please.
Yeah, Rakshita, we are getting the live visuals at this moment. As you can very well see on the screen, the 4 astronauts on board Dragon Endeavour are now slowly, one by one, they're leaving the spacecraft following the splash down to Earth off the coast of California. So this is a part of the emergency evacuation and also live visuals, as you can see. Latest visuals on your television screen. The recovery teams are checking the Dragon Endeavour. The astronauts of a little while ago were strapped into their seats in the pod. Now recovery teams, they entered, they climbed on the Dragon, they did the final checks before the astronauts started disembarking. And these are the visuals, latest exclusive visuals on a television screen on Republic TV right now, which we are seeing. This is an emergency evacuation. Now this crew 11 just splashed down to Earth and were meant to stay on the ISS for another month. They were supposed to be on ISS for more than a month, and now they arrived last August for a standard 6.5 month stay. But last Thursday, NASA called off a planned spacewalk abruptly, and 4 hours later, the agency reported that a crew member had a medical issue. So because of that medical issue, it became quickly clear that the problem was serious. So it's because of a medical issue which was quite serious that they decided for this evacuation. So they have just splashed down, and these are the latest visuals that we were getting of the emergency evacuation. As you can see on your screens, NASA called off a planned spacewalk abruptly, and 4 hours later the agency said that a crew member had a serious medical issue and it could not be solved there, and they had to come down. We're getting the latest visuals also, the latest visuals on your television screen. As you can see, these were the live visuals. Most of them have disembarked. We are getting the visuals. This was a splashdown live feed we showed you, and NASA called off the spacewalk abruptly because of a medical condition. They did not exactly disclose what was the reason of the illness, what kind of issue the crew member was facing due to privacy reasons, but NASA just cannot just bring one person home, so all of them had to come together for reasons safety. This is the reason the crews, they travel together. The crews must travel in at least twos, and NASA needed the return all of crew 11 on the same capsule. So there was one crew member who was seriously ill, and there was no way to get the crew member treated there. And so this was an emergency medical evacuation, and all of the crew members were brought down, and they were just the splashdown has happened, and the latest visuals we showed, and because of a medical condition that escalated quite quickly, and there was a spacewalk which was abruptly called off. Now it has been confirmed that all of them are back and all of them are in a good condition, except the one who had a medical condition. The crew member will be treated and will be NASA has confirmed the arrival of crew 11 back on Earth, and have also posted on social media platform X about it, and they have said, "Welcome home, crew 11." This is the SpaceX Dragon spacecraft which splashed down off the coast of San Diego, California. Exclusive pictures, exclusive visuals on your screen, as you can see. So there's a boat that has arrived, that reached that place where the crew splashed down, and they greeted the crew. And these were the images of the crew. See, these were taken a little bit while ago. This is the SpaceX crew and the splashdown visuals. And then the boat reached the capsule, and then the evacuation took place. This was a part of an emergency evacuation that happened. And a boat went to the pod, the visuals of the pod on the left side, and the evacuation visuals on the right, as you can see on your television screens. Now, a boat arrived to the pod, and the astronauts were released from the Dragon Endeavour following its arrival back on Earth. So it was part of a medical evacuation, medical emergency that happened in space, and because there's no possibility of just bringing one astronaut back to Earth, so because they have to be brought down in pairs of two, as I'm being told. So the 4 crew members of crew 11 splashed down, the crew 11 of NASA, they came down and they all were evacuated. Latest exclusive pictures on your television screen of the splashdown and of the evacuation, the emergency evacuation, which has happened, and this is coming from California. The evacuation is almost complete. The 4 astronauts have splashed back down to Earth following the early departure from the International Space Station. They have come down from the International Space Station. This was an emergency evacuation from space to Earth, and they are back home on Earth. And now the crew member who had a medical condition will get to get treatment, will get all that could have not been possible in space. So this was critical emergency evacuation, which was conducted by NASA, and this is the capsule that has come back. The 4 astronauts who make up Crew 11 are Mike Finke and Zena Cardman, Japan's Kimia Yui, and cosmonaut Oleg Platonov. Over to you, Rakshita.
Right. Thank you so much, Shivam, for joining us with the details coming in on that story. The emergency evacuation that is underway right now at the ISS. And now we shift our focus to the story that is coming in from the aviation sector. Now on 14th of January, Air India Airbus 350 was operating flight Air India 101 sector Delhi to New York. And now the aircraft was air turned back to Delhi owing to Iran airspace closure. So the aircraft landed safely at Delhi, but post the landing, during taxiing to the bay, aircraft was involved in a ground incident, resulting into damage, engineering damage. Aircraft was parked on bay number 244. Okay, we'll try and get you more details on that. The engine has been damaged after the turn back from Iran. So once it was coming to Delhi, it landed on the ground. There was some issue with the engine. So Air India flight from Delhi to New York turned back to Delhi, and then okay, my colleague Harsha is joining us on the phone line for more. Harsha, tell us more details about this incident where the engine has been damaged after landing, it seems.
Yes, so it is the aircraft which it was the Air India aircraft which was flying from New Delhi to New York this morning, but there was an air turnback incident, and in the air turnback it was noted that it was air turnback because of the Iran airspace closure, and after that it was found out that during the air turnback also, while the aircraft was landing at the New Delhi airport, there was an engine issue as well. There was a fire in the APU of the engine, and immediately it was taken to the taxiing and to the bay number 4 of the aircraft. The entire report has been shared with the regulatory body, with the DGCA. But what we have learned right now is that the issue major was with the aircraft. However, because of the Iran airspace closure this early morning in the wee hours, the Air India flight made an air turn back, but also this flight went through a technical issue. The maintenance and repair issue in this particular aircraft, it was a Boeing 787 which was flying from New Delhi to JFK. And Rakshita, keeping in mind that how many maintenance and technical issue Air India has witnessed till now, and what we have also known right now is that this particular aircraft would have flown to JFK, and if there would not have been an air turn back because of the Iran airspace closure, it would have also majorly diverted because of the technical issue in the aircraft itself. There was a problem in the engine of the aircraft which was known to the authorities only upon the air turn back and when the aircraft landed at New Delhi airport.
Many thanks, Harsha, for joining us with details coming in on that story. And now, viewers, it is a day of celebrating the Indian Army, saluting the sacrifices and the valor of Indian Army. And today, this Army Day becomes very, very special because it's debut for the Bhairav Battalion, the newest and the fastest raised combat battalion of the Indian Army. And on the occasion of Army Day, Republic takes you inside the operational gist of this battalion that was raised after Operation Sindoor. Bhairav Battalion is a unit with deadly precision, technical spearhead and all-round combat that's already deployed at the northern and western front. Watch this report as we show you the technical prowess of Indian Army's deadly and unstoppable battalion, the Bhairav Battalion.
आर्मी डे की आप सबको हार्दिक बधाई और सेना दिवस 2026 के अवसर पर ऐतिहासिक और सुंदर शहर जयपुर में आप सभी से बातचीत करना मेरे लिए गर्व की बात है। मैं आपके माध्यम से भारतीय सेना के सभी सैनिकों, हमारे सिविलियन कर्मचारियों, वेटरन्स, वीर नारियों और उनके परिवारजनों को हार्दिक शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। इस पावन अवसर पर हम उन वीर सैनिकों को श्रद्धापूर्वक नमन करते हैं जिन्होंने देश की सेवा में सर्वोच्च बलिदान दिया। मैं राजस्थान सरकार और खासकर जयपुर के नागरिकों को तहे दिल से धन्यवाद देता हूं। आज बड़ी संख्या में नागरिकों की उपस्थिति यह दर्शाती है कि सेना और जनता के बीच कितना गहरा संबंध है। आपका उत्साह और समर्थन हर सैनिक का मनोबल बढ़ाता है। जयपुर में सेना दिवस का आयोजन सेना को नागरिकों के और करीब लाने का प्रयास है। परेड के अलावा नो योर आर्मी मेला जैसे कार्यक्रमों ने इस संबंध को और मजबूत किया। आज शाम शौर्य संध्या में ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के दौरान सेना के साहस, अनुशासन और क्षमता का प्रदर्शन किया जाएगा। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर ने एक नया नॉर्मल स्थापित किया है। इस ऑपरेशन ने भारतीय सेना की तेज प्रतिक्रिया, बेहतर समन्वय और सटीक कार्यवाही की क्षमता का दर्शाया है। यह एक परिपक्व, आत्मविश्वासी और जिम्मेदार बल की तस्वीर प्रस्तुत करता है, जो राष्ट्रीय हितों की रक्षा के लिए पूरी तरह सक्षम है। पिछले कुछ वर्षों में भारतीय सेना की सोच में एक स्पष्ट बदलाव आया है। हम केवल वर्तमान चुनौतियों पर ही नहीं, बल्कि भविष्यों के युद्धों की तैयारी में भी गंभीरता से काम कर रहे हैं। इसी दिशा में नई संरचनाएं यानी नए स्ट्रक्चर्स बनाए जा रहे हैं, जिन्हें भविष्य की आवश्यकताओं के अनुसार इक्विप और ट्रेन किया जा रहा है। इस परिवर्तन प्रक्रिया के अंतर्गत भैरव बटालियंस, अश्विनी प्लेटून्स, शक्तिवान रेजिमेंट, दिव्यास्त्र बैटरी जैसे नई इकाइयां खड़ी की गई हैं, जिनको आज आपने परेड के दौरान खुद देखा हुआ है। ये संरचनाएं भविष्य की चुनौतियों के अनुरूप।
All right, we are interrupted by breaking news coming in right now. This is in connection with a flight New Delhi to Singapore, Air India, New Delhi to Singapore, AI2380, returning back to Delhi few minutes after takeoff. The flight made air turn back due to a technical issue at 1 a.m. This was the past night, midnight, 1 a.m. A technical snag reported post-takeoff. The Singapore-bound flight returning back to Delhi. And that's the latest news we are getting in right now. Air India Delhi to Singapore flight returned back to Delhi after a technical snag was reported after takeoff of this flight. The reason behind this we do not know yet. We'll try and connect with our correspondent on ground tracking the aviation sector on this update that is coming in. It's the AI2380 flight that reported a technical snag post takeoff. This happened around 1 a.m. This is a Singapore-bound flight that returned back to Delhi. And we shift our focus back to celebrating the valor and the sacrifices of the Indian Army, and of course the debut of the newest and fastest raised combat battalion of the Indian Army, that is the Bhairav Battalion. In fact, Republic TV will take you inside the operational gist of this battalion that was raised after Operation Sindoor.
A crucial lesson from Operation Sindoor. A battalion built for battlefield extending far beyond traditional ground.
आज की भारतीय सेना न केवल वर्तमान चुनौतियों का सफलतापूर्वक सामना कर रही, बल्कि हम नित्य प्रतिदिन एक परिवर्तनशील, आधुनिक और भविष्य उन्मुख शक्ति के रूप में तेजी से अग्रसर हो रहे हैं। इसके अंतर्गत रुद्रा के रूप में नई ऑल आर्म्स ब्रिगेड का गठन किया जा रहा है, जिसका सैंक्शन मैंने कल ही दिया है, जिसमें इन्फेंट्री, मैकेनाइज्ड इन्फेंट्री, आर्मर्ड यूनिट्स, आर्टिलरी, स्पेशल फोर्सेस, अनमैन्ड एरियल सिस्टम जैसे फाइटिंग कंपोनेंट्स को एक साथ रखा जाएगा और विशेष रूप से तैयार किया जाएगा, जिसमें शामिल लॉजिस्टिक सपोर्ट और कॉम्बैट सपोर्ट होंगे। इसी क्रम में भैरव लाइट कमांडो बटालियन के रूप में एजाइल और घातक स्पेशल फोर्सेस का गठन किया गया है, जो सीमाओं पर शत्रु को चौंकाने के लिए हमेशा तैयार है।
As India celebrates Army Day, Republic takes you inside the Indian Army's newest and fastest raised combat formation, the Bhairav Battalion.
The newly formed Bhairav Battalion. This is the new tactical team that the Indian Army has deployed for multi-domain operations, for cross-border terrorist camps to internal security and neutralizing targets. They do it all. This new light brigade of specially trained come from multiple domains of the army, from the artillery divisions, infantry division, signal, and most importantly, they are trained in a way to conduct multi-domain warfare. The Bhairav Battalion has been created for one purpose: lethality and impact.
Meeting hard lessons from Ukraine, Middle East and India's own terror-infested neighbor Pakistan, the Bhairav Battalion was announced by the Army Chief of Staff on the Kargil Vijay Divas. And now, Indian Army's tech-enabled spearhead already has 15 units deployed across northern and western fronts.
We are here in the heart of Jaipur's training grounds, where the Bhairav Battalion has been training incessantly. We saw their deadly precision. This battalion has been created as a new age light commando unit, equipped with drones, equipped with the latest weapons and equipped with technology heavy multi-domain warfare. They are designed in a way that is designed for speed, precision and deadly accuracy. Equipped from all across the army, where artillery and air defense, infantry, signals come together to form this new age light infantry unit.
With deadly precision, these eyes are trained to miss no target, camouflaging and locking the target, an assertive tread at the core of which lies coordination. The Bhairav Battalion is a unit prepared for all-round combat. From efficient night operations, drone surveillance to multi-terrain combat, it is a self-sufficient team capable of independent operations. It is a new drone-centric combat arm unlike any raised before in the Indian Army,
where the Bhairav Battalion will be doing its drills. These drills show the deadly accuracy of the Bhairav Battalion. We will be seeing the AK-203 in action, the deadly precision of this battalion, and most importantly, firing drills that are taking place. The AK-203 with ambidextrous shooting positions, wherein they will be changing hands and interchanging. Bhairav Battalion is the compact light commando unit of the Indian Army, created to fight hybrid multi-domain warfare in a high-speed technology-heavy operation, especially along the LOC and LSC. Each battalion has roughly 250 soldiers. It integrates drones, electronic warfare and precision weapons, and sits between the paramilitary and SF. All of this being done in a way that has never been seen before in the Indian Army.
Cutting-edge weaponry, electronic warfare systems, drones for surveillance. This high-tech combat ability is what makes the Bhairav Battalion deadly and unstoppable. Announced on the Kargil Vijay Divas, the battalion makes a debut in the first ever Army Day parade held outside Cantonment area on January 15th.
All right, time for a very short break, viewers, but on the other side we get you the latest updates on the high-stake BMC election that are underway. Mumbai registers 18% voter turnout till 11:30 a.m.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
The icy cold waters of the Atlantic Ocean are getting hot, and how? The United States, in an overnight operation, has seized 2 oil tankers, one in the North Atlantic near Iceland, the other one near the Caribbean Sea. The one caught or seized near Iceland is Russia flagged, and the one that's caught near the Caribbean Sea was apparently a shadow tanker, a dark tanker carrying Venezuelan oil to China. Now, both the tankers were carrying Venezuelan oil, which is sanctioned by the United States. There is an embargo. It's interesting and a little curious how the 2 tankers could leave such heavily guarded waters, which are guarded both by the US Coast Guard and the US Navy, and reach this far. In fact, in the case of the merchant vessel Marinera, which is Russia flagged and was caught near Iceland by the US Navy with help from the United Kingdom Navy. The US Navy was on the chase, hot on the chase of this vessel for about 2 weeks, which shows that it was completely tracked, and both the sides were aware, because even in the case of the Russians, a submarine was closely following or shadowing this tanker which was carrying oil for Russia. Now, it's interesting why Russia, which itself has so much of energy, needs this oil from Venezuela, and that's where the whole geopolitics comes into play. Because remember, post the capture, abduction, kidnapping of Nicolas Maduro, the president of Venezuela, by the United States, the US has been building, President Trump himself leading from the front, a scenario where they want to really grab Greenland from Denmark. And so they really want to show that the security of North Atlantic is compromised and they need to be there, and that's why they need Greenland. So maybe it's because of that, we don't know. But taken together, it's clear that in the case of merchant vessel Marinera and the merchant vessel Sofia, which was caught, a dark fleet caught from near Caribbean Sea, which was taking the oil to China.
Viewers, coming up at 6 stories at 6. ED versus Mamata battle reaches the Supreme Court. Supreme Court stays all FIRs against ED officials. And we also see that Maharashtra is voting in the civic body polls. Big battle in Pune and Mumbai. The results are tomorrow. All this and much more coming up on 6 stories at 6.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो, मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
The icy cold waters of the Atlantic Ocean are getting hot, and how? The United States, in an overnight operation, has seized 2 oil tankers. One in the North Atlantic near Iceland, the other one near the Caribbean Sea. The one caught or seized near Iceland is Russia flagged, and the one that's caught near the Caribbean Sea was apparently a shadow tanker, a dark tanker carrying Venezuelan oil to China. Now, both the tankers were carrying Venezuelan oil, which is sanctioned by the United States. There is an embargo. It's interesting and a little curious how the 2 tankers could leave such heavily guarded waters, which are guarded both by the US Coast Guard and the US Navy, and reach this far. In fact, in the case of the merchant vessel Marinera, which is Russia flagged and was caught near Iceland by the US Navy with help from the United Kingdom Navy, the US Navy was on the chase, hot on the chase of this vessel for about 2 weeks, which shows that it was completely tracked, and both the sides were aware, because even in the case of the Russians, a submarine was closely following or shadowing this tanker which was carrying oil for Russia. Now, it's interesting why.
Niva Bupa Health Insurance has come on board as a studio partner. Viewers, Niva Bupa Health Insurance is trusted by over 2.7 crore Indians. It offers India's first truly unlimited health insurance plan with no limit on coverage. It's time for the headlines. Big setback to Mamata in Bengal police. Supreme Court stays all FIRs against ED.
लोग आरोप पे नहीं, टीका टिप्पणी पे नहीं, लोग डेवलपमेंट पे वोट करेंगे, इसलिए मुंबई में देखा है कि 25% से ज़्यादा वोटिंग हुई है। यह बदलाव का चिन्ह है।
High stakes BMC elections underway. Mumbai registers 18% voter turnout at 11:30 a.m.
मैं आपको दूसरा आश्वासन दिलाना चाहता हूं कि भारतीय सेना समय के साथ अपने आप को बदलती रहेगी और उभरती शक्ति में जो बदलाव लाने हैं उसको लाती रहेगी।
Grand display of military prowess and India's indigenous capabilities during Army Day Parade in Jaipur. Bhairav Battalion makes debut. Captain's relative summoned in the Air India 171 probe. Pilot's body alleges narrative. Two teen athletes found hanging in the SAI hostel in Kerala's Kollam. Probe launched. Viewers, getting some breaking news coming in. The ED has now presented explosive evidence in the Supreme Court through an affidavit, now revealing WhatsApp chats that allegedly have demonstrated how legal officers, viewers, and supporters were mobilized to create chaos and obstruct proceedings in the Calcutta High Court. Now, this relates to disturbances during a hearing linked to ED raids on IPAC premises. Republic TV has got this information. And we'll just tell you exactly what is happening. So this ED has presented explosive evidence in the Supreme Court through an affidavit revealing WhatsApp chats that allegedly demonstrated how legal officers and supporters were mobilized to create chaos and obstruct proceedings in the Calcutta High Court. ED shows a WhatsApp chat of how attempt was made to block the court. We'll put it out for you in a short while from now. And this WhatsApp chat and ED affidavit shows how legal officers were mobilized. WhatsApp chat shown in Supreme Court access by Republic TV. I want to go across to Kishale, who is joining us live. Kishale, if you could help our viewers, we have got that WhatsApp chat, by the way. Kishale, if you could just tell our viewers exactly what is in that WhatsApp chat. It's very clear that the attempt was made to block the court, and this has been accessed by Republic TV.
Well, exactly. This exclusive access to this WhatsApp chat leads to a lot of information that has now come to fore. First of all, this WhatsApp chat in this particular group that relates to the TMC legal cell at Calcutta High Court. This WhatsApp message says, today 9/1/2026, court number 5, item number 10, please come everyone. Everyone should come there. Why would everyone come there? The question is, why would everyone come to the courtroom number 5, item number 10, when the item number 10 is heard? What was the connection to this in Trinamool Legal Cell group? Because that time, this particular case of IPAC and Mamata Banerjee against ED and ED against Mamata Banerjee and IPAC, this was going on. This was heard. And we know that complete ruckus ushered in after that. Complete ruckus ushered in that whole situation where the hearing had to be adjourned just because these people came inside the courtroom, rushed in and created chaos. On the other hand, in the same message, in this next point, it has been said that gathering at 1 p.m. at B gate, come everyone, we will go to the procession of Honorable CM Mamata Banerjee. Buses and vehicles are arranged. So first of all these legal cell members, TMC legal cell members will come to the courtroom, they'll create a ruckus, they'll adjourn the hearing and they'll assemble at gate number B and they will take vehicles to go to Mamata Banerjee's rally. This is what the TMC was doing inside the High Court. TMC lawyers, legal cell members were doing inside the High Court, and this is what happened. Why the High Court hearing had to be adjourned, so that the TMC could buy more time, so that Mamata Banerjee could buy more time and set up her argument, set up a strategy, put more lawyers. So now it is very clear that it was all pre-planned so that her argument, the whole case will be adjourned so that her argument could be strategized even better. So this is completely illegal to pre-plan a chaos inside a High Court courtroom and ensure and force the situation where the hearing will be adjourned. High Court runs because we pay taxes, common people pay taxes, and now these TMC advocates and legal cell members allegedly stopped the hearing in order to buy more time for Mamata Banerjee. exclusive
Yes.
WhatsApp chats accessed by Republic team.
Yes, and on the backdrop of that, Kishale, we see that the SG Tushar Mehta had also said that the Supreme Court that was a case where mobocracy, he's called it mobocracy replaces democracy. In the backdrop of this, we have got these WhatsApp chats, Kishale.
Well, it was argued in the Supreme Court by the Solicitor General Tushar Mehta that at one hand, Mamata Banerjee herself enters and tampers and attempts to hamper with the process of investigation. On the other hand, legal cell members of the TMC hampers the hearing at the High Court. So this is complete lawlessness, after which the Supreme Court also observed, the bench of justice also observed very clearly that this would lead to lawlessness if no action is taken. They also pointed out how it is highly alarming that in the High Court there was a pre-planned chaos and disorder. Maybe these are not the words that have been said, but to that extent.
We have put that WhatsApp chat for our viewers to see, and this is the WhatsApp chat. ED has shown this exact WhatsApp chat of how the attempt was made to block the court and how legal officers were mobilized. And this has been accessed by Republic TV. And if you could help our viewers understand what exactly is written there, because some of it is written in Bangla, in Bengali. If you could just translate it for us, Kishale.
Well, exactly. I'll do that. This is allegedly a Trinamool Congress legal cell WhatsApp group. Now, someone named Rama Haldar or Rama Haldar is sending a notice. It's written notice. And the first notice is number 1 below notice is sent around, I believe, 9:43 a.m. 9:43 a.m. That is the time in which this message is sent. During this time, the message was sent in the group, and I'll read out. Number 1, Aaj 9/11/2026, court number 5A, item number 10, which means today, on this date, 9/1/2026, in court number 5, item number 10, which is up for hearing, আছে সবাই চলে আসবেন. This hearing is scheduled today. সবাই চলে আসবেন, which means everyone come there, everyone assemble there. Everyone should organize themselves and come to that courtroom at that particular time. Why? This has never happened. If a hearing is going on, only the parties which are connected to that hearing with that case would be present. Why everyone would be arranged like a political party meeting in a courtroom is a question. Now, the second point, number 2. আজ দুপুর 1টার সময় বি গেটে জমায়েত. Today, around afternoon 1 p.m., there is a gathering at gate number B of the High Court. সবাই চলে আসবেন, মাননীয় মুখ্যমন্ত্রী মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায়ের মিছিলে যাওয়া হবে. Everyone come, and after that we all will be going to the rally by Chief Minister, Honorable Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee. বাস ও গাড়ির ব্যবস্থা আছে. There are arrangements of bus and cars. Anit Kumar Das, convener, High Court. This is probably the person who is the convener of the TMC legal cell. Allegedly, his name is Anit Kumar Das of the High Court, and he is sending this message. So it's very clear the ruckus that happened, the chaos that happened, the situation that went out of hand, so that the hearing had to be adjourned because of the situation, was pre-planned by allegedly TMC legal cell workers, members and advocates. And they planned it, and then after creating ruckus, they went to Mamata Banerjee's rally. This is what happens in a high court in Bengal, Mamata Banerjee's Bengal.
Yes, and Kishore, now that the Supreme Court had issued notice to the Bengal government, what is next? Because now they have given time for the Bengal government to come out with a counter. So what can we expect next in this development?
Well, there has been 3 major developments. Number 1, there has been a notice issued to Mamata Banerjee. She has to answer that. She has to answer why she, being a political party leader, went to stop and interrupt an investigation of a money laundering case which connects with a corporate company. She has to answer to that. She has to answer why she interrupted and took away those files. And on the other hand, the Supreme Court has also stayed all FIRs against ED officials lodged by Kolkata police. Mamata Banerjee's police lodged FIR against ED officials, which is something that is now a joke in West Bengal, that ED officials who come to probe a case are now having FIRs on them by Kolkata police because Mamata Banerjee went there. So now those cases have been, those FIRs have been also stayed. Number 3, all the CCTV footages needs to be
That's
preserved.
right.
And these CCTV
Yes, Kishore. Well, Kishore, thank you for getting us all those details. We'll be coming back to you for more file, chori, controversy, Republic getting you every minute of those developments. Let's move ahead, viewers. Getting you some breaking news coming in. 2 young girl sportspersons were found dead at the Sports Authority of India Women's Hospital in Kollam this morning. This is a very unfortunate incident. The deceased include a class 12 student from Kozhikode and a class 10 student from Thiruvananthapuram. They were found hanging from the ceiling fans inside their hostel room. The reason behind a suspected suicide is not yet known. The Kollam City Police Commissioner and the senior police officials reached the hostel soon after the incident. Police have launched an investigation into these deaths. So the investigation has been launched. These are 2 young girls sportsperson found dead at the Sports Authority of India. So what exactly is the investigation pointing to? I'll have to go across to Shankar joining us live from Thiruvananthapuram. Shankar, what updates do we have? All right, we'll go back to Shankar in a short while from now. But the deceased are a class 12 student from Kozhikode, class 10 student from Thiruvananthapuram. They were found hanging from ceiling fans. The reason behind this incident is not known yet. So the focus would be shifting to the investigation. The Kollam City Police Commissioner and the senior police officials reached the hostel after the incident, and the police have now launched an investigation into those deaths. All right, let's move ahead to some of the other stories we're tracking on Republic TV. And Pooch police attaches property of Pakistan-based terror handler Abdul Aziz in the Mandi area. Now, Pooch police have now attached an immovable property belonging to the Pakistan-based terror handler. The attached property, viewers, comprises of around 14 marlas of land falling under Khasra numbers 491, situated in the Tehsil Mandi district. Pooch with an assessed value of approximately 22.05 lakh. Attached property belongs to Abdul Aziz, son of Ahmeda, resident of the Chamber, Kanari. Okay, so property attached to of a Pakistan terror handler. Pakistan handler's rupees 22 lakh property has been seized. Okay, so let's go straight across to my colleague here coming in. Okay, Pooch police has targeted the Pakistan-based terrorist land. And to understand more about this terrorist and this Pakistan handler, I want to go across to my colleague Gursimran, who will tell us more. Yes, Gursimran.
We have seen that Jammu and Kashmir police is continuing with its decisive action against the terrorists that are operating from Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. From the Poonch district, there are 306 terrorists that are usually from Jammu and Kashmir. They are known as JK Nobs, the Jammu Kashmir nationals operating from Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. And the police have launched a decisive action against them. Their properties that are here in Poonch, they are being attached. And now going ahead, the Poonch police has today also attached a property, which is a huge chunk of land, 10 canal and 14 marla in the area of Mandi in the Poonch, that belongs to one of the commanders of the terror group that is operating from the Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, Abdul Aziz. His property was in the Mandi area. We are told that the SP operations along with the SHO Mandi, they today attached the property as per the orders that have been issued by the competent court. This is part of a larger crackdown on the terror ecosystem, because what the agencies have got to know that these terrorists are planning to sell off their lands that are in Jammu and Kashmir and then to use the money that is minted from the selling of land for the terror activities. So as part of the ongoing crackdown, the property of one more terror handler operating from Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, his property has now been attached by the Jammu and Kashmir police. We are told that in days to come, there will be more such actions that will take place. If you remember that last week, there was another attachment of the property that was done by the Poonch police. That was of Rafiq Nai, one of the deadliest commander of Lashkar-e-Toiba and Jammu Kashmir Ghaznavi force, who has been behind several terror attacks, including the Bhata Durian terror attack. So now this intensified crackdown is continuing in the Poonch district of Jammu and Kashmir, where police is now attaching the properties of the Pakistan-based terror handlers.
Right, well, thank you for getting us all those details, good Simran. I will be coming back to you for more on this story. Pooch police targets Pakistan-based terrorist land. This is a huge update coming in, viewers of Republic TV. It looks like our forces are extremely active and they have gone ahead, seized this property of this terrorist, this Pakistan handler. Moving ahead, viewers. Families of Indian seafarers detained in Iran have made an urgent appeal to the External Affairs Ministry. At least 15 Indians were detained after the oil tanker MT Valiant Roar was intercepted at Iran's port. Now, families claim no consular access has been given and allege that Indian crew members have been taken to prison by Iranian guards. Take a look at this report for more.
Families of Indian seafarers detained in Iran have made a desperate appeal to the Ministry of External Affairs seeking urgent diplomatic intervention. At least 15 Indian crew members were detained after the oil tanker MT Valiant Roar was intercepted at Bandar Abbas port in Iran. According to the appeal submitted by the families, the vessel operated by Prime Tankers LLC Dubai was intercepted by Iran's Revolutionary Guard on December 8, 2025. The ship had 17 to 18 crew members on board, including 15 nationals. Families claim that on January 6, 2026, 10 crew members were taken into custody and jailed by Iran authorities. They say 6 to 7 crew members, including the captain, continue to remain on board the vessel. The families allege that they have had no contact with the detained seafarers and have received no official information on their location, health, legal status, or charges. Republic TV spoke to the families of the detained Indian seafarers. The families claim that no consular access has been provided to any of the Indian crew members so far.
With regards to the response that you all have got so far, you are saying that it's almost been a month since the detention has actually taken place. Now the latest information coming in of the fact that the crew members have been taken into the prison. Have they actually told you what are the charges and what is your window of communication right now?
No, sir, nothing.
There are no charges. I mean, we cannot get. I have tried with various sources. Even the consulates or the ambassador, they are not aware of the charges yet. Even the master on board, they are not aware of the charges yet. They don't have any information what are the charges, why they have been taken to prison, no idea. And whoever you speak to, all of them are giving a vague reasons of taking them to prison. At the moment, nothing is, we really cannot understand what actually is the scenario. Of late, since the internet in Iran has been shut down, the communication is still like now we are not able to get in touch with the consulates or even the ambassador. So whatever information I'm getting from the master on board.
The incident comes amid ongoing protests and heightened tensions in Iran, raising serious concerns over the safety and rights of Indian seafarers. Families are now urging the government of India to ensure consular access, ascertain the well-being of the crew, and work towards their early release and safe return.
Thank you, much coming up. Big setback to Mamata and Bengal Police. Supreme Court stays all FIRs against ED. Stay tuned.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा मसाला।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Iran is boiling. Iranians are protesting against the Khamenei regime. U.S. President Donald Trump has urged Iranians to keep protesting and take over institutions, and has assured them that help is on the way.
Well, no, they're starting to, it looks like, and there seem to be some people killed that aren't supposed to be killed. These are violent, if you call them leaders, I don't know if they're leaders or just they rule through violence. But we're looking at it very seriously. The military is looking at it, and we're looking at some very strong options. We'll make a determination. Well, if they do that, we'll consider things targets that they wouldn't believe. If they do that, we will hit them at levels that they've never been hit before. They won't even believe it. I have options that are so strong. So, I mean, if they did that, it'll be met with a very, very powerful force.
So Iran's in big trouble. It looks to me that the people are taking over certain cities that nobody thought were really possible just a few weeks ago. We're watching the situation very carefully. I've made the statement very strongly that if they start killing people like they have in the past, we will.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass-comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
Iran is boiling. Iranians are protesting against the Khamenei regime. U.S. President Donald Trump has urged Iranians to keep protesting and take over institutions, and has assured them that help is on the way.
Well, no, they're starting to, it looks like, and there seem to be some people killed that aren't supposed to be killed. These are violent, if you call them leaders, I don't know if they're leaders or just they rule through violence. But
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा और मसाला।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
Iran is boiling. Iranians are protesting against the Khamenei regime. U.S. President Donald Trump has urged Iranians to keep protesting and take over institutions, and has assured them that help is on the way.
well, no, they're starting to, it looks like, and there seem to be some people killed that aren't supposed to be killed. These are violent, if you call them leaders, I don't know if they're leaders or just they rule through violence. But we're looking at it very seriously. The military is looking at it, and we're looking at some very strong options. We'll make a determination. Well, if they do that, we'll consider things targets that they wouldn't believe. If they do that, we will hit them at levels that they've never been hit before. They won't even believe it. I have options that are so strong. So, I mean, if they did that, it'll be met with a very, very powerful force.
So Iran's in big trouble. It looks to me that the people are taking over certain cities that nobody thought were really possible just a few weeks ago. We're watching the situation very carefully. I've made the statement very strongly that if they start killing people like they have in the past, we will get involved. We'll be hitting them very hard where it hurts. And that doesn't mean boots on the ground, but it means hitting them very, very hard where it hurts. So we don't want that to happen. There have been cases like this where President Obama totally backed down. But this is something pretty incredible that's happening in Iran. It's an amazing thing to watch. They've done a bad job. They've treated their people very badly, and now they're being paid back. So let's see what happens. We're watching it.
U.S. has proven its military capacity in Operation Midnight Hammer, where the United States military bombed Iran's nuclear facilities. U.S. B-2 stealth bombers, which flew a secretive and historic long-range mission, dropped 14 massive ordnance penetrators, also known as bunker buster bombs, on 3 critical Iranian nuclear sites.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
Iran is boiling. Iranians are protesting against the Khamenei regime. U.S. President Donald Trump has urged Iranians to keep protesting and take over institutions, and has assured them that help is on the way.
Well, no, they're starting to, it looks like, and there seem to be some people killed that aren't supposed to be killed. These are violent, if you call them leaders, I don't know if they're leaders or just they rule through violence. But we're looking at it very seriously. The military is looking at it, and we're looking at some very strong options. We'll make a determination. Well, if they do that, we'll consider things targets that they wouldn't believe. If they do that, we will hit them at levels that they've never been hit before. They won't even believe it. I have options that are so strong. So, I mean, if they did that, it'll be met with a very, very powerful force.
So Iran's in big trouble. It looks to me that the people are taking over certain cities that nobody thought were really possible just a few weeks ago. We're watching the situation very carefully. I've made the statement very strongly that if they start killing people like they have in the past, we will get involved. We'll be hitting them very hard where it hurts. And that doesn't mean boots on the ground, but it means hitting them very, very hard where it hurts. So we don't want that to happen. There have been cases like this where President Obama totally backed down. But this is something pretty incredible that's happening in Iran. It's an amazing thing to watch. They've done a bad job. They've treated their people very badly, and now they're being paid back. So let's see what happens. We're watching it.
U.S. has proven its military capacity in Operation Midnight Hammer, where the United States military bombed Iran's nuclear facilities. U.S. B-2 stealth bombers, which flew a secretive and historic long-range mission, dropped 14 massive ordnance penetrators, also known as bunker buster bombs, on 3 critical Iranian nuclear sites: Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan. As the situation between the U.S. and Iran escalates further, Israel's official state aircraft, Wing of Zion, has departed from Nevatim Air Force Base. The aircraft, which contains a private office,
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good evening, viewers. Niva Bupa Health Insurance has come on board as our studio partner. Viewers, Niva Bupa Health Insurance is trusted by over 2.7 crore Indians. It offers India's first truly unlimited health insurance plan with no limit on coverage. Time for the headlines at 3. Right, time for the headlines at 4, and it's a big setback to Mamata Banerjee and Bengal Police. Supreme Court stays all FIRs against the Enforcement Directorate.
लोग आरोप पे नहीं, टीका टिप्पणी पे नहीं, लोग डेवलपमेंट पे वोट करेंगे, इसलिए मुंबई में देखा है कि 25% से ज़्यादा वोटिंग हुई है। यह बदलाव का चिन्ह है।
High-stakes BMC elections underway. Mumbai registers 18% voter turnout till 11:30 a.m.
मैं आपको दूसरा आश्वासन दिलाना चाहता हूं कि भारतीय सेना समय के साथ अपने आप को बदलती रहेगी और उभरती शक्ति में जो बदलाव लाने हैं उसको लाती रहेगी।
Grand display of military prowess and India's indigenous capabilities during Army Day parade in Jaipur. The Bhairav Battalion makes debut. Captain's relative summoned in AI-171 probe. Pilot's body alleges a narrative being woven. 2 teen athletes found hanging in Sai hostel in Kerala's Kollam. Probe launched. We have breaking news coming in right now. This is news pertaining to Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann. He has appeared before the Akal Takht as he was being summoned by the Akal Takht Sahib over alleged anti-Sikh remarks. And after appearing before the Akal Takht Sahib, Bhagwant Mann says that he has given a complete explanation to the Jathedar regarding all the statements he had made. And the Chief Minister said that he had also clarified that a false narrative was being created on social media, suggesting that he was challenging the Akal Takht Sahib, which is absolutely not the case, he says. And Chief Minister also said that he has bowed his head before at the Akal Takht Sahib, and he had no intention nor the audacity to challenge the Akal Takht. In fact, he went on to say that he will be informed of any further instructions or decisions, and that he feels relieved and satisfied after presenting the people's sentiments to the Jathedar, both in writing and verbally. In fact, about this alleged objectionable video circulating on social media, Bhagwant Mann says that the video is fake and can be investigated by any agency. So this is the breaking news we have right now. You can see the visuals of Punjab Chief Minister who appears before Akal Takht. Okay, we are going across to the BJP press conference right now.
ये वो व्यक्ति है जो संविधान की शपथ लेता है, जो मुख्यमंत्री है पश्चिम बंगाल का, जो गृह मंत्री भी है, और आज ये प्रेस वार्ता हम क्या कहते हैं ममता बनर्जी क्या आरोप लगाती है इस पे नहीं है। यह प्रेस वार्ता आज इस बात पे है कि सर्वोच्च न्यायालय से एक करारा झटका ममता बनर्जी को लगा है और यह ऐसा झटका है जिससे स्पष्ट हो गया है जंगल राज कैसा होता है। जंगल राज बिल्कुल ममता राज जैसा होता है। और मैं विधिक पहलू पे और राजनीतिक पहलू पे हमारी पार्टी का पक्ष रखूं उससे पहले मैं सर्वोच्च न्यायालय ने जो कहा है वो आपके समक्ष रखना चाहता हूं। आज जो सबसे बड़ी बात है, दूध का दूध और पानी का पानी हो गया है। हम सब ने देखा किस तरह से एक मुख्यमंत्री जिसका दायित्व है, अगर संविधान पढ़े ममता बनर्जी, द स्टेट गवर्नमेंट इज टू एड एंड असिस्ट द इन्वेस्टिगेटिंग एजेंसीज ऑफ द सेंटर। एड एंड असिस्ट, उनके हाथ मजबूत करने थे ममता बनर्जी को। लेकिन ममता बनर्जी शुरुआत करते हैं इस तस्वीर से। यह तस्वीर देखिए, ऐसे जकड़ लिया फाइलों को, ऐसे चुरा के भागी मोबाइल फोन को कि आज सर्वोच्च न्यायालय ने क्या कहा है मैं आपको बताता हूं। सर्वोच्च न्यायालय ने सबसे पहले जो ईडी अफसर हैं, जो कानून के हिसाब से अपना कार्य कर रहे हैं, उनके खिलाफ एफआईआर दर्ज कर दी थी ममता बनर्जी की सरकार ने। सो पहला बिंदु, यह कानूनी जोर का तमाचा है उस मुख्यमंत्री को जो समझती है वो संविधान से ऊपर है। सर्वोच्च न्यायालय ने, किसी और ने नहीं, सर्वोच्च न्यायालय ने उन सभी एफआईआर पे रोक लगा दी है। दूसरी बड़ी बात, जिस तरह से ईडी के अधिकारियों को जो उनका कानूनी कार्य है उस कार्य करने से रोकने के लिए वर्दी प्रदर्शन कर रही है। आप सोचिए, पश्चिम बंगाल की पुलिस डीजीपी, कमिश्नर, ये लोग प्रदर्शन करते हैं तो सर्वोच्च न्यायालय की तीखी टिप्पणी आई है और सर्वोच्च न्यायालय ने कहा है क्या प्रदर्शन अब हाईकोर्ट के अंदर होंगे? जंतर मंतर बना दोगे आप हाईकोर्ट को? और इसका जो संदर्भ है वो भी मैं आपके समक्ष रखूंगा। इसके बाद अभी ऑर्डर आएगा, लेकिन जो रिपोर्टिंग हुई है मैं उसी से पढ़ रहा हूं। इस हियरिंग में ऑनरेबल सुप्रीम कोर्ट की बेंच, डिवीजन बेंच ने कहा, इट इज ऑल्सो डायरेक्टेड दैट द एफआईआर्स रजिस्टर्ड अगेंस्ट द ईडी ऑफिसर्स शैल रिमेन स्टेड टिल द नेक्स्ट डेट ऑफ हियरिंग। एफआईआर पे रोक। दूसरा, ये बहुत गंभीर मामला है, देयर आर लार्जर क्वेश्चंस व्हिच emerge and if not answered shall lead to lawlessness। बड़े कानूनी प्रश्न उठ रहे हैं, संवैधानिक प्रश्न उठ रहे हैं और अगर इसका उत्तर नहीं दिया गया तो अराजकता की स्थिति पैदा हो जाएगी। ये सर्वोच्च न्यायालय की खंडपीठ कहती है। इफ सेंट्रल एजेंसीज आर वर्किंग बोनाफाइड टू प्रोब अ सीरियस ऑफेंस, अ क्वेश्चन अराइज, कैन दे बी ऑब्स्ट्रक्टेड बाय पार्टी एक्टिविटीज? क्या ईडी, सीबीआई, सेंट्रल एजेंसीज जो हैं, इनको पार्टी के गुंडे आके टीएमसी के रोकेंगे? इनको स्टेट की पुलिस, जो कि ममता बनर्जी के आदेश का पालन कर रही है, क्या वो रोक सकते हैं? यह सवाल उठाया सर्वोच्च न्यायालय ने अपनी टिप्पणी में। तीसरा, हैविंग हर्ड लर्नेड काउंसिल्स, वी आर ऑफ द prima facie view that present plea has raised a serious issue relating to the investigation by ED and its interference by state agencies। प्राइमा फेसाई, प्रथम दृष्टया पुलिस, जिसको ईडी के हाथ मजबूत करने थे, क्योंकि ये 2742 करोड़ रुपए का जो घोटाला हुआ है उसकी प्रोब चल रही है, तो वही दखल कर रहे हैं, वही डरा रहे हैं, वही रोक विवेचना को रोक रहे हैं। ये कैसा जंगल राज है पश्चिम बंगाल में? ममता बनर्जी को उत्तर देना चाहिए। आज सर्वोच्च न्यायालय ने आईना दिखा दिया है और इसके बाद बेंच कहती है इट इज ऑल्सो सबमिटेड, और ये बहुत अहम है। और ये लाइन मैं पढ़ूं उससे पहले मैं जरूर बताना चाहूंगा, एक पिटीशन हाईकोर्ट में फाइल हुई थी जो ऑल इंडिया तृणमूल कांग्रेस ने करी हाईकोर्ट में। तारीख नोट करिए, 9 तारीख को, 9 जनवरी को सुनवाई होने से पहले जो तृणमूल कांग्रेस का लीगल सेल है ममता बनर्जी के इशारे पर व्हाट्सएप मैसेज भेजता है, जिसका संज्ञान आज सर्वोच्च न्यायालय ने लिया है, और कहता है सभी हाईकोर्ट पहुंच जाओ। गुंडागर्दी देखिए, हमारे देश की संवैधानिक उच्च न्यायालय को गुंडों से डराने का प्रयास करते हैं। और जो बात सर्वोच्च न्यायालय ने संज्ञान ली, उच्च न्यायालय क्या कहता है सुनिए। और इसीलिए पुनः कहूंगा, ये ममता बनर्जी जंगल राज का प्रतीक है, अराजकता की मूर्ति है। और जंगल राज कैसा होता है? बिल्कुल ममता राज जैसा होता है। दिस इज व्हाट दी कैलकाटा हाई कोर्ट हैज टू से in its order of 9 Jan 2026, and I am placing quoting from that order. The environment in the courtroom is not conducive to comments continue with the hearing. और इससे पहले जो कहा है, at this juncture a huge number of learned advocates as well as other persons enter the courtroom and create enormous disturbance and commotion. Several requests made by the court to maintain the decorum and the dignity of the court so that the matter can be taken up for consideration fell on deaf ears. मतलब व्हाट्सएप से मैसेज भेजे गए, टीएमसी के गुंडे कोर्ट के अंदर आते हैं, माननीय न्यायाधीश को डराने का काम करते हैं। और जब निर्भीकता से कोई न्यायाधीश नहीं डरता है तो वहां इतना शोरगुल हल्ला मचाते हैं कि उच्च न्यायालय को अपने आदेश में कहना पड़ता है जो वातावरण अभी यहां बना हुआ है ये शांतिपूर्वक सुनवाई के लिए उचित नहीं है। ये पेशे से वकील हूं, वरिष्ठ अधिवक्ता हूं, 22 साल की वकालत में मैं बता सकता हूं मैंने ऐसा नहीं देखा कि कोर्ट रूम के अंदर नारे लगाए जाएं, अराजकता हो। और ये सारा का सारा जो तार जुड़ता है ये केवल एक व्यक्ति से जुड़ता है जिसने कसम खाई संविधान की रक्षा करने की और आज तार तार कर रही है, अराजकता फैला रही है, और उस व्यक्ति का नाम है ममता बनर्जी। ये क्यों इतना गंभीर मामला है ये मैं जरूर बताना चाहूंगा। ये जो फाइल पकड़कर ममता बनर्जी खड़ी हैं, ये पूरा देश और पश्चिम बंगाल की जनता आज कह रही है तुम इतना जो छुपा रही हो ममता बनर्जी, तुम इतना जो छुपा रही हो, क्या डर है जिसे दबा रही हो? ये क्या डर है कि ये फाइल अगर ईडी के हाथ लग जाती तो आपको चिंता हो जाती? उस मोबाइल फोन को जिसको चुरा के भागी, ये सर्वोच्च न्यायालय की टिप्पणी है, उसमें ऐसा क्या था ममता बनर्जी कि अगर वो ईडी के सामने आता कौन से राज खुल जाते? क्यों इतना भयभीत हुई? और बड़ी जिम्मेदारी से मैं आपको बताता हूं कि जंगल राज कैसा होता है। जंगल राज ऐसा होता है जहां मुख्यमंत्री ईडी का साथ देने की बजाय दौड़ के जाती है, ईडी को धमकाती है, साक्ष्य मिटाने का प्रयास करती है, चोरी करती है साक्ष्यों की और धमकाती हुई बाहर निकलती है। जंगल राज ऐसा होता है। नंबर 1, जंगल राज ऐसा होता है जो वर्दी पश्चिम बंगाल की जनता के हित के लिए कार्य करना चाहती है, उसको ममता बनर्जी अपनी निजी संपत्ति समझ के धमकी देकर, दबाव बनाकर गैर कानूनी काम करवाती है, ईडी को धमकवाती है और प्रदर्शन करवाती है वर्दी से। जंगल राज ऐसा होता है, कलकत्ता हाईकोर्ट में सुनवाई नहीं हो पाती है, वो सुनवाई टाल दी जाती है, 9 जनवरी को जैसे टाली गई। और जंगल राज ऐसा होता है, ईडी अफसरों पे एफआईआर हो जाती है। मैंने आपको 4 बिंदु बताए, ये केवल और केवल ममता राज में अराजकता की मूर्ति उन्हीं के राज में हो सकता है। और इसके साथ मैं आपको एक जानकारी और दे दूं, जो बात आज लर्नेड सोलिसिटर जनरल ने जब ईडी की दलील रख रहे थे सर्वोच्च न्यायालय में भी कही, देयर इज अ पैटर्न ऑफ लॉलेसनेस। ये अराजकता का पैटर्न है जो पश्चिम बंगाल में ममता बनर्जी आगे बढ़ाती है। 2019 में सीबीआई अफसर गए पश्चिम बंगाल, वहां उन पर हमला हुआ। यह हमला किया किसने? टीएमसी के गुंडों ने, और पुलिस की सहायता लेके दबाव बनाने का प्रयास किया गया। फिर 2024 जनवरी में, अब याद करिए, शाहजहां शेख, बहुत खास ममता बनर्जी के टीएमसी के लीडर, ईडी के अफसर वहां जाते हैं, उन पे हमला हो जाता है। शाहजहां शेख की गिरफ्तारी नहीं होती, और इसकी तुलना करिए, ईडी अफसरों के खिलाफ एफआईआर तुरंत हो जाती है। संदेश खाली में जब महिलाओं का उत्पीड़न होता है तो एफआईआर दर्ज नहीं होती है। एफआईआर दर्ज तब होती है जब कलकत्ता हाईकोर्ट निर्देश देता है कि एफआईआर दर्ज हो, लेकिन ईडी अफसर के खिलाफ एफआईआर दर्ज हो जाती है। और अब अप्रैल 2024 में हमने देखा, एनआईए के अफसर जब जाते हैं ईस्ट मेदिनीपुर में, तो वहां पे उन पे अटैक कर दिया जाता है। तो सीबीआई, ईडी, एनआईए और फिर ईडी। ऐसा लगता है कि रोहिंग्या से तो बहुत प्यार है ममता बनर्जी को, लेकिन भारत की जो केंद्रीय जांच एजेंसियां हैं उनसे बड़ी दुश्मनी है, नफरत है, और यह बड़ा चिंताजनक है। दूसरा जो चिंताजनक है वो ये है कि आप साक्ष्य मिटा क्यों रही है। जैसा आज न्यायालय में भी दलील दी गई कि ये चोरी है, डकैती है कि आप मोबाइल फोन, फाइलें उठा लें। ऑब्स्ट्रक्टिंग अ पब्लिक सर्वेंट इटसेल्फ अंडर द न्यू लॉ ऑफ बीएनएस इज अ क्राइम। ये धारा 224, 221, 186 पुरानी आईपीसी में ऑब्स्ट्रक्टिंग द पब्लिक सर्वेंट इज अ क्राइम, जो ममता बनर्जी कर रही हैं। और डिस्ट्रॉइंग ऑफ एविडेंस, साक्ष्य को नष्ट करना भी एक अपराध है जो ममता बनर्जी कर रही हैं। तो आज विधिक तौर पे मैंने आपको बताया, सर्वोच्च न्यायालय ने जो रोक लगाई है एफआईआर और जांच पे, यह एक करारा तमाचा है और एक मजबूत संदेश है कि ये भारत देश और सभी प्रदेश, खासकर पश्चिम बंगाल, कानून का राज होगा, कानून से चलेंगे, अराजकता से नहीं चलेंगे। और जिस तरह से राजनीतिक तौर पे ममता बनर्जी मीडिया को बाइट दे रही हैं, फाइल दिखा रही हैं, हमारे साथ गलत हो रहा है, आज सर्वोच्च न्यायालय ने दूध का दूध और पानी का पानी कर दिया है और स्पष्ट हो गया है, अगर कोई अराजक था, गलत था, साक्ष्य मिटा रहा था, ईडी अफसरों को धमकी दे रहा था, कानून के साथ खिलवाड़ कर रहा था और संविधान को नष्ट कर रहा था, तो वो केवल अराजकता की मूर्ति, जंगल राज का प्रतीक ममता बनर्जी थी। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
People were asked to come over there, gather at the court, and perhaps that is why the hearing did not happen. How do you see this? Because chats have also come out in public domain.
That was the BJP holding the press conference saying the central agencies have been attacked, and in fact they accused that this is after the Supreme Court setback for Mamata Banerjee. Supreme Court in fact has noted this entire pattern, and BJP says a huge jolt to All right, so it's state versus center that is going on, and this is the latest update we have right now. The sharp observations made by Supreme Court on Mamata file chori case, says the BJP, after Supreme Court stays the FIR against ED. All right, viewers, now we shift our focus on the occasion of Army Day. A special short film on Operation Sindoor was showcased during the Army Day parade in Jaipur today, highlighting the unmatched courage, unmatched valor and unwavering resolve of the Indian Armed Forces. This film captures the inspiring saga of bravery, strategic excellence and supreme dedication displayed by the soldiers during Operation.
Coming up at 6 stories at 6. ED versus Mamata battle reaches the Supreme Court. Supreme Court stays all FIRs against ED officials. And we also see that Maharashtra is voting in the civic body polls. Big battle in Pune and Mumbai. The results are tomorrow. All this and much more coming up on 6 stories at 6.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Iran is boiling. Iranians are protesting against the Khamenei regime. U.S. President Donald Trump has urged Iranians to keep protesting and take over institutions, and has assured them that help is on the way.
Well, no, they're starting to, it looks like, and there seem to be some people killed that aren't supposed to be killed. These are violent, if you call them leaders, I don't know if they're leaders or just they rule through violence. But we're looking at it very seriously. The military is looking at it, and we're looking at some very strong options. We'll make a determination. Well, if they do that, we'll consider things targets that they wouldn't believe. If they do that, we will hit them at levels that they've never been hit before. And they won't even believe it. I have options that are so strong. So, I mean, if they did that, it'll be met with a very, very powerful force.
So Iran's in big trouble. It looks to me that the people are taking over certain cities that nobody thought were really possible just a few weeks ago. We're watching the situation very carefully. I've made the statement very strongly that if they start killing people like they have in the past, we will get involved. We'll be hitting them very hard where it hurts.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
Iran is boiling. Iranians are protesting against the Khamenei regime. U.S. President Donald Trump has urged Iranians to keep protesting and take over institutions, and has assured them that help is on the way.
Well, no, they're starting to, it looks like, and there seem to be some people killed that aren't supposed to be killed. These are violent, if you call them leaders, I don't know if they're leaders or just they rule through violence. But we're looking at it very seriously. The military is looking at it, and we're looking at some very strong options. We'll make a determination. Well, if they do that, we'll consider things targets that they wouldn't believe. If they do that, we will hit them at levels that they've never been hit before. And they won't even believe it. I have options that are so strong. So, I mean, if they did that, it'll be met with a very, very powerful force.
So Iran's in big trouble. It looks to me that the people are taking over certain cities that nobody thought were really possible just a few weeks ago. We're watching the situation very carefully. I've made the statement very strongly that if they start killing people like they have in the past, we will get involved. We'll be hitting them very hard where it hurts. And that doesn't mean boots on the ground, but it means hitting them very, very hard where it hurts. So we don't want that to happen. There have been cases like this where
Viewers, get ready for a cultural celebration like no other. Our Bharat Sangam 2026 airing on 16th of January. A spectacular confluence of literature, music and inspiring stories awaits you. From devotional melodies to folk traditions, from Bollywood glitter to Bhojpuri stardom, from timeless literary voices to today's self-made superstars. This stage has it all. Don't miss a single moment of this extraordinary experience. Watch it all only on Republic Bharat, 16th of January. It's time for the headlines. Big setback for Mamata Banerjee and Bengal Police. Supreme Court stays all FIRs against ED, says not the first time she has interfered.
जंगल राज का प्रतीक कौन? अराजकता की मूर्ति, जंगल राज का प्रतीक ममता बनर्जी। और बड़े दुख से कहना पड़ता है, ये वो व्यक्ति है जो संविधान की शपथ लेता है।
BJP attacks Mamata government after a Supreme Court order, says CM symbol of Jungle Raj, idol of anarchy. Controversy over summons to late Air India pilot's brother and Air India crash investigation. Top pilot's body calls out government.
तो ये मैं आपको दूसरा आश्वासन दिलाना चाहता हूं कि भारतीय सेना समय के साथ अपने आप को बदलती रहेगी और उभरती शक्ति में जो बदलाव लाने हैं उसको लाती रहेगी.
Grand display of military prowess and India's indigenous capabilities during Army Day parade in Jaipur. Bhairav Battalion makes debut. Two teen athletes found hanging in the SAI hostel in Kerala's Kollam. Probe launched. We're getting some top updates coming in. EU leaders have been invited as the chief guests for the Republic Day parade this year. In a statement, MEA has said that at the invitation of the Honourable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, the President of the European Council, Mr. Antonio Santos da Costa, and the President of the European Commission, Ms. Ursula von der Leyen, will be on a state visit to India, 25th to 27th January, as a chief guest at the 77th Republic Day celebration. During the visit, the leaders will also co-chair a 16 India-EU summit on 27 Jan 2026. A huge update coming in, viewers of Republic TV. European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen and European Council President Antonio Costa, the chief guests for India's Republic Day celebration. For the first time, EU's joint leadership is the guest. And I want to go across to our senior executive editor, Abhishek. We see that for the first time, EU's joint leadership will be the chief guest. And this is coming just before the India-EU summit, Abhishek.
Well, yes, the three-day visit of the EU leadership, remember, and this is coming just within a year because almost the entire set of EU commissioners led by European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen were there last year also in the month of February, March. But that was not as chief guest for the Republic Day. This time it's happening on the 77th Republic Day as the chief guest. The two leaders would be sharing the dash with the President of India, President of the European Council, Antonio Santos da Costa, and the President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen. They would be here on 25th evening, 26th, all the ceremonial part of the Republic Day parade, where they would be accompanying the President of India with the President's bodyguard as chief guest from the Rashtrapati Bhavan to the parade venue, and then of course to Kartavya Path, that is, and then of course the rest of the evening that goes in state celebrations, including the at home of the President of India at Rashtrapati Bhavan. The next day, on 27th, is when the EU-India summit pans out, and it's likely that the EU-India free trade agreement would be signed. Remember, just a few days back, we had German Chancellor Friedrich Merz in India, and he mentioned how Germany so wants the free trade agreement to be signed quickly, and Germany being the biggest economy, this means that there is a pan-Europe understanding that an FTA with India is in the larger interest of the European community or the European economic community in the backdrop of the uncertainties and the tariff tantrums that not just Europe but the rest of the world is facing from President Donald Trump of the United States. So I think in that sense, this is going to be a very big and significant development. Europe essentially pivoting to India, and those kind of statements have already come in from the likes of Ursula von der Leyen, for example, earlier during earlier occasions. And now with this leadership coming in, it just sort of takes our strategic partnership that we have with the EU community to the next level.
Right. Well, thank you, Abhishek, for getting us all those details. The European Council President and Commission head to attend the Republic Day celebrations is something we're counting down to. We're getting some more updates coming in. Let's move ahead. And the Federation of Indian Pilots has issued a legal notice dated 11th January to the Aircraft Accident Investigation Bureau regarding the summoning of Captain Varun Anand in connection with the investigation of the Air India 171 crash. Notice states that Captain Varun Anand is a commercial pilot and the nephew of the deceased pilot in command, late Captain Sumit Sabharwal. It records that Captain Varun Anand had no association with the aircraft or the flight in question, including its planning, dispatch, operation, maintenance, certification, airworthiness, clearance, or crew composition. He was not present at the site of the accident and does not possess any factual, technical, or operational knowledge relating to the circumstances of the accident. So there's a big mystery over why these summons were made. I'm being joined by a guest who's joining us. We have Wing Commander Pramod Malik, Wing Commodore, aviation expert joining us. Thank you for joining us here on Republic TV. And I want to ask you, do you think that the protest that we are seeing over the notice is justified? They are saying, the pilot's body is saying that this notice is not justified at all.
See, it is airport, the AIB which is responsible for this, and they should have submitted the report, and they cannot behave like a court. Okay, they don't have authority of district court, high court or Supreme Court that they can summon anybody. Just because Captain Varun Anand is in aviation, so they can call and harass him. It's not done. They cannot ask his family members to participate until unless they have some kind of link which is established during the process of investigation. So first the AIB has to come out with the report. It has been 7 months since the crash happened. Where is the report?
Yes, absolutely. This has been asked again and again because they're saying that this move is wholly unwarranted and amounting to harassment. Captain Anand, I'm just telling our viewers, was serving an Air India pilot and FIP member and was informed by his employer about summons to appear on Jan 15th. And the FIP has highlighted that the notice failed to specify the statutory basis, purpose or relevance in the summons or capacity in which Captain Anand is required to appear. So basically there's no clarity on why he is summoned, Wing Commander.
Yeah, there is no clarity. This is appears to be an eyewash and doing some kind of hodgepodge with the report, because the report has to come first and they cannot behave like a court. As I said, the report should have been in the public, and firstly, the report which was leaked, the sensitive information which was leaked few months back, with that report in the public, this AIB should have been suspended. They should have formed the new AIB team, because it is not understood by the public at large as to why that sensitive information was leaked selectively, which changes the course of the investigation.
Yes, absolutely. Well, thank you for joining us there, Wing Commander Pramod Malik, aviation expert on this story. We'll be coming back because we're still getting more updates on the developing story. Let's move ahead. We were getting some more breaking news coming in, and Mamata Banerjee has targeted the army this time. I just read out what Mamata Banerjee has said in the meanwhile as we get more information on this. She says, who is responsible for the border, the BSF, a central government, Who is responsible for coal? The CISF, the central government. Who arrives in planes? Outsiders. Who is responsible for that? Customs. Whose hands is that in? Aviation is in whose hands? So she's asking these questions. She says railways is in whose hands? All are under the central government. So what we see right now is Bengal CM Mamata's controversial remark has come in. Mamata Banerjee has targeted the army. It's a controversial remark that she has made. And she's insulted our forces, claiming army commandant doing SIR work. This is what she's saying. Mamata does not even spare forces, is accusing the army of doing SIR work. We also have that statement. Let's play it out.
বর্ডারের দায়িত্বে কে? বিএসএফ সেন্ট্রাল গভর্নমেন্ট। কয়লার দায়িত্বে কে? সিআইএসএফ সেন্ট্রাল গভর্নমেন্ট। প্লেনে কে আসছে? বাইরের লোক, তার দায়িত্বে কে? কাস্টমস কার হাতে? অ্যাভিয়েশন কার হাতে? রেল কার হাতে? সব সেন্ট্রাল গভর্নমেন্ট। সিআরপিএফ কার হাতে? সেন্ট্রাল গভর্নমেন্ট। আর্মিও তোমার হাতে, সেন্ট্রাল গভর্নমেন্ট। আমি জীবনে দেখিনি, এমনকি আমার কাছে একটা খবর এসছে, কদিন আগে আপনাদের সাংবাদিকদের আর্মি অফিস থেকে কাউকে কাউকে ইনভাইট করা হয়েছিল জাস্ট টু টক। আমি এর মধ্যে কোনো ভুল দেখি না, আমি ওদের সম্মান করি, আমি সব ফোর্সকেই। কিন্তু একটা রিকোয়েস্ট করব, আমার কাছে খবর আছে ফোর্ট ইলিয়ামে একজন কমান্ড্যান্ট এসআইআর এর কাজ করছে এবং বিজেপি করছে, বসে পার্টি অফিসের কাজ করছেন। প্লিজ আপনাদের কাছে হাত জোর করে রিকোয়েস্ট করব, এটা করতে যাবেন না। যারা সত্যিকারের চোর ডাকাত, ধরুন কটা কেস হয়েছে বিজেপির? খুনি, ডাকাত, ধর্ষককারী, হত্যাকারী, হাওলাকারী, কটা কেস হয়েছে? বর্ডারের দায়িত্বে কে? বিএসএফ সেন্ট্রাল গভর্নমেন্ট। কয়লার দায়িত্বে কে? সিআইএসএফ সেন্ট্রাল গভর্নমেন্ট। প্লেনে কে আসছে? বাইরের লোক, তার দায়িত্বে কে? কাস্টমস কার হাতে? অ্যাভিয়েশন কার হাতে? রেল কার হাতে? সব সেন্ট্রাল গভর্নমেন্ট। সিআরপিএফ কার হাতে? সেন্ট্রাল গভর্নমেন্ট। আর্মিও তোমার হাতে, সেন্ট্রাল গভর্নমেন্ট। আমি জীবনে দেখিনি, এমনকি আমার কাছে একটা খবর এসছে, কদিন আগে আপনাদের সাংবাদিকদের আর্মি অফিস থেকে কাউকে কাউকে ইনভাইট করা হয়েছিল জাস্ট টু টক। আমি এর মধ্যে কোনো ভুল দেখি না, আমি ওদের সম্মান করি, আমি সব ফোর্সকেই। কিন্তু একটা রিকোয়েস্ট করব, আমার কাছে খবর আছে ফোর্ট ইলিয়ামে একজন কমান্ড্যান্ট এসআইআর এর কাজ করছে এবং বিজেপি করছে, বসে পার্টি অফিসের কাজ করছেন। প্লিজ আপনাদের কাছে হাত জোর করে রিকোয়েস্ট করব, এটা করতে যাবেন না। যারা সত্যিকারের চোর ডাকাত, ধরুন কটা কেস হয়েছে বিজেপির? খুনি, ডাকাত, ধর্ষককারী, হত্যাকারী, হাওলাকারী, কটা কেস হয়েছে?
Priyanka Tibrewal, a BJP spokesperson. Priyanka Tibrewal, not the first time we have heard such a comment being made. You know, earlier Mamata Banerjee said that army is being used for political gains, and now she's accusing the army of doing SIR work.
See, whatever speech Mamata Banerjee has given right now, it reminds me of a proverb, as cunning as a fox. She is a very cunning chief minister who knows that today the Supreme Court has passed a very rigid order against her, and that has really deemed the prestige of the CM to a ground level, because Supreme Court said that democracy cannot take over democracy. Now in the next hearing, it is quite possible that Mamata Banerjee will have to bear the brunt of the Supreme Court for her actions when she went and stole the documents in the ED raid. That is why, in order to cover up what the Supreme Court has said today, she's talking all this which doesn't make any sense, and it is a complete nonsense.
Okay, I mean, I just want you to give one more reply to Mamata, because she's saying that she's accusing the army of doing SIR work and BJP work. This is what she's saying. But do you think that she has any kind of proof for this?
That is exactly what the people who are where she's doing this press conference should ask her. As I told you, the proverb suits best, as cunning as a fox. And she is very cunning, and she knows that by saying these kind of nonsensical things, you know, everything will be diluted. People will not speak.
Yes, Well, thank you, Priyanka Tibrewal, Bengal BJP spokesperson joining us. I want to go back to Kishore. Kishore joining us. Kishore, not the first time we have heard Mamata accuse the army of doing SIR work, because what we have seen earlier, Mamata has said that the army commandant at Fort William was working on SIR at BJP's behest. This is not the first time she has said this. She has made these allegations time and again.
She has, again, time and again, she has disrespected the army. She has alleged false claims on the army, BSF, CISF, and all other central forces, paramilitary forces, and now the army as well. She has made a huge statement, a controversial statement, a statement which has no backing or no ground. She is alleging, falsely alleging so, that she has news that in Fort William there is some BJP activity is going on and some SIR activity is going on. I'll remind our viewers that Fort William is the center, is the headquarters for army in the whole eastern region. The whole eastern region, the army headquarters is Fort William, where we know that very crucial national security.
Yes, Kishore, I just want to play out once more what Mamata says. She's accused the army of doing SIR work. Let's play it out.
বর্ডারের দায়িত্ব থেকে বিএসএফ সেন্ট্রাল গভর্নমেন্ট, কয়লার দায়িত্ব থেকে সিআইএসএফ সেন্ট্রাল গভর্নমেন্ট, প্লেনে কে আসছে বাইরের লোক তার দায়িত্ব থেকে কাস্টমস কার হাতে, অ্যাভিয়েশন কার হাতে, রেল কার হাতে, সব সেন্ট্রাল গভর্নমেন্ট, সিআরপিএফ কার হাতে, সেন্ট্রাল গভর্নমেন্ট, আর্মিও তোমার হাতে, সেন্ট্রাল গভর্নমেন্ট। আমি জীবনে দেখিনি, এমনকি আমার কাছে একটা খবর এসছে, কদিন আগে আপনাদের সাংবাদিকদের আর্মি অফিস থেকে কাউকে ইনভাইট করা হয়েছিল জাস্ট টু টক। আমি এর মধ্যে কোনো ভুল দেখি না, আমি ওদের সম্মান করি, আমি সব ফোর্সকেই, কিন্তু একটা রিকোয়েস্ট করব, আমার কাছে খবর আছে ফোর্ট উইলিয়ামে একজন কমান্ড্যান্ট এসআইআর এর কাজ করছে এবং বিজেপি করছে, বসে পার্টি অফিসের কাজ করছেন। প্লিজ আপনাদের কাছে হাত জোর করে রিকোয়েস্ট করব, এটা করতে যাবেন না। যারা সত্যিকারের চোর ডাকাত, ধরুন কটা কেস হয়েছে বিজেপির, খুনি, ডাকাত, ধর্ষককারী, হত্যাকারী, হাওলাকারী, কটা কেস হয়েছে? বর্ডারের দায়িত্ব থেকে বিএসএফ সেন্ট্রাল গভর্নমেন্ট, কয়লার দায়িত্ব থেকে সিআইএসএফ সেন্ট্রাল গভর্নমেন্ট, প্লেনে কে আসছে বাইরের লোক তার দায়িত্ব থেকে কাস্টমস কার হাতে, অ্যাভিয়েশন কার হাতে, রেল কার হাতে, সব সেন্ট্রাল গভর্নমেন্ট, সিআরপিএফ কার হাতে, সেন্ট্রাল গভর্নমেন্ট, আর্মিও তোমার হাতে, সেন্ট্রাল গভর্নমেন্ট। আমি জীবনে দেখিনি, এমনকি আমার কাছে একটা খবর এসছে, কদিন আগে আপনাদের সাংবাদিকদের আর্মি অফিস থেকে কাউকে ইনভাইট করা হয়েছিল জাস্ট টু টক। আমি এর মধ্যে কোনো ভুল দেখি না, আমি ওদের সম্মান করি, আমি সব ফোর্সকেই, কিন্তু একটা রিকোয়েস্ট করব, আমার কাছে খবর আছে ফোর্ট উইলিয়ামে একজন কমান্ড্যান্ট এসআইআর এর কাজ করছে এবং বিজেপি করছে, বসে পার্টি অফিসের কাজ করছেন। প্লিজ আপনাদের কাছে হাত জোর করে রিকোয়েস্ট করব, এটা করতে যাবেন না। যারা সত্যিকারের চোর ডাকাত, ধরুন কটা কেস হয়েছে বিজেপির, খুনি, ডাকাত, ধর্ষককারী, হত্যাকারী, হাওলাকারী, কটা কেস হয়েছে?
Viewers, in a major setback for Vijay's much anticipated film Jan Nayagan, and now the Supreme Court has now refused to entertain the producer's plea, clearly stating that the matter is before the Madras High Court, which will hear the plea on Jan 20th. Here's more on that development.
In a major setback for Thalapathy Vijay's Jan Nayagan, the Supreme Court has refused to grant any relief to the filmmakers. Refusing to entertain the matter, the top court stated that the issue is already scheduled to be heard by the High Court on January 20th. However, to prevent any further delay, it directed that an order be passed on the same day. The order came in response to a petition filed against the move to issue an A certificate to the film. The makers were hoping to obtain CBFC clearance and move ahead with the film's release. The film was initially slated for release on January 9th. However, the CBFC held back the certification following a complaint received by the chairman. At the center of the controversy are concerns that the film could hurt religious sentiments and portray the armed forces in a negative light. As the certification roadblock continues, so does the politics surrounding Vijay's highly anticipated action thriller. This is Vijay's last film before he enters politics full-time. He has stated that voters deserve nothing less than his complete commitment. And it is against this unforgiving backdrop that Jananayagan arrives. With assembly elections due in Tamil Nadu, Vijay's TVK has emerged as the third major regional player. The DMK and Congress allege that the delay is part of a large attempt to arm twist the megastar into joining political alliances. But as alliance dynamics remain uncertain in the state, so does the fate of the 500 crore film, which will now be decided on January 20th.
And viewers, much more coming up on the side. Controversy over unsanitary conditions which are not clean at Delhi's stadiums. India's open players have called overall environment unsuitable. This is the top story coming in as controversy continues over the unsanitary conditions at Delhi stadiums. All this and much more coming right up. Stay tuned.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये ही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, मसाला।
Iran is boiling. Iranians are protesting against the Khamenei regime. U.S. President Donald Trump has urged Iranians to keep protesting and take over institutions, and has assured them that help is on the way.
Well, no, they're starting to, it looks like, and there seem to be some people killed that aren't supposed to be killed. These are violent, if you call them leaders, I don't know if they're leaders or just they rule through violence. But we're looking at it very seriously. The military is looking at it, and we're looking at some very strong options. We'll make a determination. Well, if they do that, we'll consider things targets that they wouldn't believe. If they do that, we will hit them at levels that they've never been hit before. They won't even believe it. I have options that are so strong. So, I mean, if they did that, it'll be met with a very, very powerful force.
So Iran's in big trouble. It looks to me that the people are taking over certain cities that nobody thought were really possible just a few weeks ago. We're watching the situation very carefully. I've made the statement very strongly that if they start killing people like they have in the past, we will get involved. We'll be hitting them very hard where it hurts. And that doesn't mean boots on the ground, but it means hitting them very, very hard where it hurts. So we don't want that to happen. There have been cases like this where President Obama totally backed down. But this is something pretty incredible that's happening in Iran. It's an amazing thing to watch. They've done a bad job. They've treated their people very badly, and now they're being paid back. So let's see what happens. We're watching it.
U.S. has proven its military capacity in Operation Midnight Hammer, where the United States military bombed Iran's nuclear facilities. U.S. B-2 stealth bombers, which flew a secretive and historic long-range mission, dropped 14 massive ordnance penetrators, also known as bunker buster bombs, on 3 critical Iranian nuclear sites: Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan. As the situation between the U.S. and Iran escalates further, Israel's official state aircraft, Wing of Zion, has departed from Nevatim Air Force Base. The aircraft, which contains a private office, a war room, and sophisticated defense systems, serves as the primary transport for the Prime Minister. India's Foreign Minister S. Jaishankar has also received a call from Iranian Foreign Minister Sayed Abbas Araghchi. The foreign ministers discussed the evolving situation in and around Iran. The protests began as demonstrations in Tehran's bazaars over rampant inflation. The Iranian rial surged to $1 million against the US dollar, marking a significant devaluation of the national currency in a single day. The protests morphed into an uprising against the
Viewers, coming up at 6 stories at 6. ED versus Mamata battle reaches the Supreme Court. Supreme Court stays all FIRs against ED officials. And we also see that Maharashtra is voting in the civic body polls. Big battle in Pune and Mumbai. The results are tomorrow. All this and much more coming up on 6 stories at 6.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Iran is boiling. Iranians are protesting against the Khamenei regime. U.S. President Donald Trump has urged Iranians to keep protesting and take over institutions, and has assured them that help is on the way.
Well, no, they're starting to, it looks like, and there seem to be some people killed that aren't supposed to be killed. These are violent, if you call them leaders, I don't know if they're leaders or just they rule through violence. But we're looking at it very seriously. The military is looking at it, and we're looking at some very strong options. We'll make a determination. Well, if they do that, we'll consider things targets that they wouldn't believe. If they do that, we will hit them at levels that they've never been hit before. And they won't even believe it. I have options that are so strong. So, I mean, if they did that, it'll be met with a very, very powerful.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Viewers, get ready for a cultural celebration like no other. It's Republic Bharat Sangam 2026, airing on 16th of January. That's tomorrow. A spectacular confluence of literature, music, and inspiring stories that are waiting for you. From devotional melodies to folk traditions, from Bollywood glitter to Bhojpuri stardom, from timeless literary voices to today's self-made superstars, this stage has it all. So don't miss a single moment of this extraordinary experience. Watch it only on Republic Bharat, 16th of January. Time for the headlines now. Mamata Banerjee insults forces, claims army commandant doing SIR and BJP work.
दंगल राज का प्रतीक कौन? अराजकता की मूर्ति, जंगल राज का प्रतीक ममता बनर्जी। और बड़े दुख से कहना पड़ता है, ये वो व्यक्ति है जो संविधान की शपथ लेता है।
BJP attacks Mamata government after Supreme Court order says CM symbol of Jungle Raj and idol of anarchy. After hygiene row, world number 2 says in badminton says polluted Delhi unfit for badminton championship. 2 Denmark shuttlers quit India Open. That's happening in the national capital. It's a controversy over summons to late Air India pilot's brother in AI 171 crash investigation. Top pilot body calls out the government. Voting across 29 municipal corporations held across Maharashtra, total of 3.48 crore voters eligible to decide the fate of 15,931 candidates. All right, viewers, we shift our focus to the story that we're tracking for you now. Controversy has hit India Open, the badminton championship that is right now underway in New Delhi. And this is happening at the Indira Gandhi Indoor Stadium. And during the India Open badminton tournament, players and spectators reported unsanitary conditions and frequent monkey intrusions also now. Several videos have been shared on social media showing monkeys roaming inside the spectator gallery, particularly the gold stand, while players complained of pigeon droppings, poor hygiene within the venue. In fact, players have claimed that the conditions were unfit for an international tournament. And the controversy snowballed after the world number 2 withdrew from the event, citing Delhi's pollution and overall environment as unsuitable, citing unhygienic conditions. 2 Danish players have already have withdrawn from India Open. So they've talked about, they've cited AQI, they've cited the pigeon droppings being on the courts and unhygienic conditions. Now a monkey has also been spotted inside the stadium, as you can see right now. It is right. There were no spectators around, but yes, the fact that the stadium, you can see that there was someone. The monkey is inside, is raising many concerns, and this is the latest controversy. This is the breaking news we have right now. Harsh is joining us live on the broadcast from Harsh. Tell us more details today. We see that first the 2 Danish players had spoken about the unhygienic conditions, and now on video we also see that a monkey intruded the stadium.
Well, right, we are standing right here in front of the KD Jadhav Stadium in New Delhi, and this is, as per the information we have received, as per the official records, this is the official practice venue of the ongoing India Open badminton tournament, which as per the Badminton Association of India is a practice session, a starter pack ahead of the upcoming BWF World Championship that is scheduled to take place in August this year. Now what we have been told so far is there are multiple complaints made by multiple shuttlers that there were monkey sightings inside the stadium, not just here at the practice venue, but also in the Indira Gandhi Indoor Stadium. There were bird droppings that were seen at the venue. However, we also made an attempt to get in contact with Badminton Association of India General Secretary Sanjay Mishra. However, all our calls went unanswered. Despite these allegations being made by the top shuttlers around the world, Indian shuttlers, including PV Sindhu and Lakshya Sen, have said that the playing condition here at the Indira Gandhi Indoor Stadium as well as here at the practice venue seems to be fine. But there are multiple videos now also circulating online that show a monkey going around in the inside in the venue, as well as there are visuals of bird droppings inside the venue. Over to you.
So, there has been a change in the venue this time, and now KD Jadhav is only being used for training purposes, while the Indira Gandhi Stadium is also is actually the site of the venue for the matches. Are there complaints coming in only for the KD Jadhav Stadium, or it's also there are complaints raised within the Indira Gandhi Stadium as well?
As per the information we have received and as per the social media videos that are now going viral, despite the change in the venue and despite the KD Jadhav Stadium being considered as only the practice venue, there are problems with the Indira Gandhi Indoor Stadium as well. The social media videos that are now going viral have shown there was a monkey spotted inside the stadium. There were bird droppings, but the problems remain persistent since India is a country that is ambitious to host Olympics. It is preparing to host the upcoming BWF World Championship in August 2026, and this is considered to be the practice of what is upcoming in the months to come. And hence, it becomes important for us because India is a country that is known for good hospitality, and when such complaints emerge from top shuttlers from around the world, it becomes a problem.
Right. Thank you so much for joining us on the broadcast. We also have Joseph Hoover, Indian sports journalist, live from Bengaluru. Mr. Hoover, well, this, of course, is a great cause of concern, and there are many questions being raised from different quarters. There are, questions being raised that India is preparing to hold. They are bidding for the Olympics as well, and many more championships, in different sports. But here we have two Danish shuttlers who have quit this tournament, and now we also have, monkey being sighted inside the stadium in a video. It's actually a cause of worry, sir. Can you, Mr. Hoover, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. It's very unfortunate that this has happened because the Badminton Federation of India should have been better prepared for an event as big as this. When you talk about the Indian Open, when you're getting international players coming in to participate in this event, we got to be careful. We need to do the best to ensure that the image of the country does not get, sullied. So it's very unfortunate. And if players are saying things are bad, then it has to be taken into consideration. And there are certain players who are withdrawn from the tournament also. It reflects the country in a very poor state. So it's very unfortunate. And if the ladies are saying it's very difficult and they got to wear, cover themselves up properly so they don't get infected. So it shows that there's been utter negligence on part of the BFI and the organizing committee there. When you have an event coming up as big as this, you got to ensure every parameter is looked into, not just organizing the event, the cleanliness, the hospitality, the logistics, every aspect has to be looked into. And this is where the BFI has failed. It's very sad that we have international players, badminton players, criticizing us, saying these conditions are not good. Everybody knows what happens at the district level tournaments, at the state level tournaments, because the players are used to playing in such conditions. They don't raise a voice at all because they say, what else can you do? We have to play. Like as in the case of our stars, Sindhu and Lakshya, saying that these conditions are okay. They're helpless. They just have to say, okay, everything is okay, because they're used to such scenarios. But when you have international players coming in, when they have seen the best around the world, they expect good conditions in India. And especially when it's happening in the capital, India capital, you got to have the best facilities available. So where I see it personally, it hurts. I mean, for foreign players to talk about saying conditions are not good, and then you have visuals showing monkey inside the stadium. How on earth can a monkey come into the stadium? I can understand pigeons coming in because they have some vent or the other to come in, and they have bird droppings around the place. For a monkey to get into a stadium shows the utter neglect of the administrators there and the organizing committee.
Of course, we've seen that there have been lapses clearly, sir. But when a player talks about AQI pollution, how much do you think is in the control of any country, Because we also had Kidambi Shrikant talking about power cut for 1 full hour during a match in Denmark itself. But there is, so much of brouhaha. I mean, there's nothing wrong in, of course, raising concerns. And pollution is, a very, very hazardous, situation that we are witnessing with the rising AQI for everybody, athletes and common citizens alike. But how do you think that, how do you see this, quitting and withdrawing of names and, the condition of AQI, the pollution being highlighted like this?
I mean, that shows like we have failed. As a government, we have failed. We should have addressed this. It's not just the foreign players that we need to worry about. They might just raise doubt here or, raise some kind of a noise. But we need to consider about our own players, the conditions they play in, the conditions that our people live in, especially in Delhi or Punjab or Haryana, elsewhere. So we need to consider all that. A player coming and raising a kind of a thing saying that things are not good, it only shows that we are not bothered. We are conditioned to live in these kind of scenario and we live with it. Whether the AQI is 348, 459 or 600, we'll have to live with that. So it has gone beyond control. So very unfortunate that we have let ourselves down. We are talking about India being a superpower soon. But this only shows that we are not prepared. And we are talking about hosting the 2036 Olympics when we don't even have our grassroots level correct. Our grassroots is in total disarray. It's in doldrums. And we are aiming big by having an event as big as the Summer Games, as the Olympic Games. And when the players are talking about conditions being so bad in an Indian Open, so it reflects very poorly. I mean, even a prime minister has to take this very seriously. He can't talk about saying we want to host the Olympics and then allow these kind of things happen, because all this matters. Eventually, when the committee, the IOC, Indian Olympic Committee, Indian International Olympic Committee, gives the go-ahead for India hosting the games, they have to see everything. For every aspect will have to be looked into. And health is the one big thing on the minds of all players across the globe. So health is something that we think that they will have to really talk about, think about, and do something about it. If we continue to be in this kind of conditions where our AQI is so high and living conditions are pathetic and the playing conditions are so poor, I think there is a lot of things that we need to do. We need to start from the beginning. We hosted a Commonwealth Games. We hosted the Asian Games in '82. Then we had the Commonwealth Games. And what happens? Afterwards, our stadia is always in utter neglect. Players don't even get facilities to play. So it's very sad. I mean, yes, we talk about Sindhu saying, yes, the conditions are okay. Poor girl, she has to say that, because the moment she says things are bad, then it really is going to create a lot more trouble for the BFI and for this nation as such.
Well, unfortunately, we did not really see much of withdrawal when it comes to the Paris Games. I mean, there was no AC, or whatever reasons were cited by the authority. There was no AC, there were cardboard beds and whatnot. But of course, we do understand when it comes to India, sometimes these things have been stretched out by the international players, as much as it's important to focus on the lapses as well. Many thanks, Mr. Joseph Hoover, joining us on Republic TV. And my colleague Harsh continues to be with us from outside the stadium. Now, Harsh, of course, as we just hear, that there is a lot of condemnation from across across the industry members, the journalists and athletes, former athletes as well. But have you been able to talk to anybody from the administration or somebody who has been taking care of the infrastructure there, or any other athletes did you spot there? Did you manage to speak to them? What do they have to say?
Despite multiple attempts, we were not allowed to enter the stadium. However, there were visuals captured by my video journalist here that showed there were stray dogs roaming inside the stadium, despite the severity of the situation, when the situation is already under the media scanner, when the world is watching us ahead of a big tournament that is scheduled in August 2026. This is set to be the biggest badminton tournament outside Olympics, and this is being told as the starter of what is ahead. Now, when we sit here outside the KD Jadhav Stadium, that has now been turned into the practice venue, despite initial claims that this stadium is the official venue of the India Open. The condition remains poor when you see dogs roaming inside the premises where an event of such importance is taking place, where there is participation not just from India but from around the world. This is somewhat shameful.
Okay, many thanks for joining us with those details on that story, Harsh. We will keep a track on that story. We were shifting focus to now this controversy surrounding X, formerly Twitter. After a barrage of obscene pictures deluded X social media with a grok feature that edited real photos upon request to take down clothes of real people. An update is now finally available to tackle the huge menace. Now, Elon Musk's AI model, Grok, will no longer be able to edit photos of real people to show them in revealing clothing. Here's a report.
Elon Musk's Grok AI will no longer edit photos of real people to show them in revealing clothing. X said that technological measures will prevent Grok account from allowing the editing of images and bar it from creating obscene images. With this, Grok will no longer be able to edit photos of real people to depict them in revealing clothing following the spread of sexualized AI deepfakes. This progress comes after the Ministry of Information Technology issued a notice to X asking it to remove obscene content from its platform. It had given the platform to comply with India's statutory obligations within 72 hours. In response, the social media platform had removed approximately 3,500 pieces of content and deleted over 600 accounts.
We were shifting focus to West Bengal. Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee has triggered a row after alleging that army commandant posted at Fort William was doing SIR-related work for the BJP. It's once again Mamata Banerjee insulting our forces. BJP accuses her of insulting the armed forces and dragging the Indian army into partisan politics ahead of elections.
বর্ডারের দায়িত্বে কে? বিএসএফ সেন্ট্রাল গভর্নমেন্ট। কয়লার দায়িত্বে কে? সিআইএসএফ সেন্ট্রাল গভর্নমেন্ট। প্লেনে কে আসছে? বাইরের লোক। তার দায়িত্বে কে? কাস্টমস কার হাতে, অ্যাভিয়েশন কার হাতে, রেল কার হাতে, সব সেন্ট্রাল গভর্নমেন্ট। সিআরপিএফ কার হাতে? সেন্ট্রাল গভর্নমেন্ট। আর্মিও তোমার হাতে, সেন্ট্রাল গভর্নমেন্ট। আমি জীবনে দেখিনি, এমনকি আমার কাছে একটা খবর এসছে, কদিন আগে আপনাদের সাংবাদিকদের আর্মি অফিস থেকে কাউকে ইনভাইট করা হয়েছিল জাস্ট টু টক। আমি এর মধ্যে কোনো ভুল দেখি না, আমি ওদের সম্মান করি, আমি সব ফোর্সকেই। কিন্তু একটা রিকোয়েস্ট করব, আমার কাছে খবর আছে ফোর্ট উইলিয়ামে একজন কমান্ড্যান্ট এসআইআর এর কাজ করছে এবং বিজেপি করছে, বসে পার্টি অফিসের কাজ করছেন। প্লিজ আপনাদের কাছে হাত জোড় করে রিকোয়েস্ট করব, এটা করতে যাবেন না। যারা সত্যিকারের চোর ডাকাত, ধরুন কটা কেস হয়েছে বিজেপির, খুনি, ডাকাত, ধর্ষককারী, হত্যাকারী, হাওলাকারী, কটা কেস হয়েছে? বর্ডারের দায়িত্বে কে? বিএসএফ সেন্ট্রাল গভর্নমেন্ট। কয়লার দায়িত্বে কে? সিআইএসএফ সেন্ট্রাল গভর্নমেন্ট। প্লেনে কে আসছে? বাইরের লোক। তার দায়িত্বে কে? কাস্টমস কার হাতে, অ্যাভিয়েশন কার হাতে, রেল কার হাতে, সব সেন্ট্রাল গভর্নমেন্ট। সিআরপিএফ কার হাতে? সেন্ট্রাল গভর্নমেন্ট। আর্মিও তোমার হাতে, সেন্ট্রাল গভর্নমেন্ট। আমি জীবনে দেখিনি, এমনকি আমার কাছে একটা খবর এসছে, কদিন আগে আপনাদের সাংবাদিকদের আর্মি অফিস থেকে কাউকে ইনভাইট করা হয়েছিল জাস্ট টু টক। আমি এর মধ্যে কোনো ভুল দেখি না, আমি ওদের সম্মান করি, আমি সব ফোর্সকেই। কিন্তু একটা রিকোয়েস্ট করব, আমার কাছে খবর আছে ফোর্ট উইলিয়ামে একজন কমান্ড্যান্ট এসআইআর এর কাজ করছে এবং বিজেপি করছে, বসে পার্টি অফিসের কাজ করছেন। প্লিজ আপনাদের কাছে হাত জোড় করে রিকোয়েস্ট করব, এটা করতে যাবেন না। যারা সত্যিকারের চোর ডাকাত, ধরুন কটা কেস হয়েছে বিজেপির, খুনি, ডাকাত, ধর্ষককারী, হত্যাকারী, হাওলাকারী, কটা কেস হয়েছে?
All right, we have defense expert Major General G.D. Bakshi joining us on the phone line. General Bakshi, we just heard Mamata Banerjee. She's openly alleging that an army commandant is doing SIR-related work, election-related work. How do you react to it, sir?
This is preposterous. The commandant, she's saying that the Eastern Army commander is getting down to doing election-related work. That's not his job. He's nowhere concerned. And the army stays absolutely clear of any such political involvement. This is a preposterous allegation, and if she's going to make such a sweeping charge, she should produce the evidence. This is just not done. I mean, you can't then demean the armed forces and lower their prestige and lower their image in the eyes of the public. This is unacceptable, absolutely unacceptable. You just can't shoot and scoot, make such charges and just duck. Because I have served in Eastern Command, and I was the MG Adam of Eastern Command, dealing with all these kind of issues. We used to make sure that we stayed arm's length from political issues, and we kept them out of military purview. Absolutely. We did not even permit rallies on the Calcutta Maidan, political rallies, etc.
Right, sir. Absolutely, General Bakshi, because we've seen there have been a pattern to this, sir. We've seen many times such allegations are made, be it the BSF or, against our forces. And the netas we see time and again, they just get away, as you just said, shoot and scoot. And insulting, it seems, is something that they would just cite the freedom of expression. But this has been going on for a long, long time. But this is something we've never seen before, we've never heard about, that, detracting the political angle when it comes to the forces.
No, I find each day we touch new political lows in the political discourse, new lows in our political discourse. Like I said, this is the first time I have heard of such a sweeping allegation that the Eastern Army commander is now trying to do the job of the Election Commission and working on the electoral rolls. This is preposterous. And if she's making such a serious charge, she can't just make it and then say, it was a whim, it was a fancy thought. So I thought, let me share it with the people. I got a brainwave. You have to then furnish the proof for such sweeping across-the-board allegations, which are very, very demeaning to the army. They are hurtful to the army. The army is gone out of the way to be apolitical, to stay above the mark of the political discourse. They stay aloof. They have a job to do, man. Let them do their job. Let them do their job. And if you wish to involve them, then please present the proof. Please present proof. You can't shoot and scoot.
Right.
That's not done. That's not acceptable. You are lowering the image of the armed forces of India.
Right. Right, sir. Major General G.D. Bakshi, many thanks for joining us with your reaction on that story. We also have Major General K.K. Sinha joining us. General Sinha, Army commandant is doing SIR-related work, alleges none other than the Chief Minister of West Bengal, a sitting Chief Minister, making such allegations openly and without even any evidence. She just addresses a press conference and she said that the army is doing SIR and BJP-related work, sir.
Good evening, and Jayan. This type of allegation is a very, very serious allegation because he is a sitting Chief Minister of Bengal. And in Bengal, there is Eastern Command. And Eastern Command is doing a very, very serious job of checking the infiltration which is coming from Bangladesh. And all, the people who are coming across from Bangladesh, they are being checked all along, which is the West Bengal and other 7, states are there northeast. And he is putting an allegation because it is a very serious matter.
Army has got his hands full. Army never. It is a political army. It has never been done. If she is making, it is a pressuring with the nation. This statement, she may be a sitting, but she can't make a statement like this and get away. And I think this must be taken very seriously. Army, as on today, Eastern Theatre and Eastern Command, first day, what is happening in the Chicken Neck area? What is Army doing over there? With a lot of difficulties, and sometimes even there are state and allegations are there with Mamata. He is encouraging people to come across so that democratic pattern changes and he gets the benefit of that. That is what exactly the Indian people and Indian system is bringing it out.
Right,
and
sir.
that's why SIR, Special Investigation Division, going on. Just they can't, get away. Indian armed forces are apolitical, will remain apolitical. We have nothing to do with it.
Right. General Sinha, thank you so much for joining us on Republic TV with your reaction on that story. Mamata Banerjee insulting the armed forces. Viewers, now, Niva Bupa Health Insurance has come on board as our studio partner. And viewers, Niva Bupa Health Insurance is trusted by over 2.7 crore Indians. It offers India's first truly unlimited health insurance plan with no limit on coverage.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
झुमका तेरा झुमका नॉट देयर, मेरा काउंटर टॉप टूट जाएगा। तेरा झुमका मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, राजा और प्योर मसाला।
Iran is boiling. Iranians are protesting against the Khamenei regime. U.S. President Donald Trump has urged Iranians to keep protesting and take over institutions, and has assured them that help is on the way.
Well, no, they're starting to, it looks like, and there seem to be some people killed that aren't supposed to be killed. These are violent, if you call them leaders, I don't know if they're leaders or just they rule through violence. But we're looking at it very seriously. The military is looking at it, and we're looking at some very strong options. We'll make a determination. Well, if they do that, we'll consider things targets that they wouldn't believe. If they do that, we will hit them at levels that they've never been hit before. They won't even believe it. I have options that are so strong. So, I mean, if they did that, it'll be met with a very, very powerful force.
So Iran's in big trouble. It looks to me that the people are taking over certain cities that nobody thought were really possible just a few weeks ago. We're watching the situation very carefully. I've made the statement very strongly that if they start killing people like they have in the past, we will get involved. We'll be hitting them very hard where it hurts. And that doesn't mean boots on the ground, but it means hitting them very, very hard.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे,
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
Iran is boiling. Iranians are protesting against the Khamenei regime. U.S. President Donald Trump has urged Iranians to keep protesting and take over institutions, and has assured them that help is on the way.
Well, no, they're starting to, it looks like, and there seem to be some people killed that aren't supposed to be killed. These are violent, if you call them leaders, I don't know if they're leaders or just they rule through violence. But we're looking at it very seriously. The military is looking at it, and we're looking at some very strong options. We'll make a determination. Well, if they do that, we'll consider things targets that they wouldn't believe. If they do that, we will hit them at levels that they've never been hit before. And they won't even believe it. I have options that are so strong. So, I mean, if they did that, it'll be met with a very, very powerful force.
So Iran's in big trouble. It looks to me that the people are taking over certain cities that nobody thought were really possible just a few weeks ago. We're watching the situation very carefully. I've made the statement very strongly that if they start killing people like they have in the past, we will get involved.
So you viewers, get ready for a cultural celebration like no other. It's Republic Bharat Sangam 2026 airing on 16th of January, that's tomorrow. A spectacular confluence of literature, music and inspiring stories await you. From devotional melodies to folk traditions, from Bollywood glitter to Bhojpuri stardom, from timeless literary voices to today's self-made superstars, this stage has it all. So don't miss a single moment of this extraordinary experience. Watch it all only on Republic Bharat tomorrow. Mamata Banerjee insults forces, claims army commandant doing SIR and BJP work.
जंगल राज का प्रतीक कौन? अराजकता की मूर्ति, जंगल राज का प्रतीक ममता बनर्जी। और बड़े दुख से कहना पड़ता है, ये वो व्यक्ति है जो संविधान की शपथ लेता है।
BJP attacks Mamata government after Supreme Court order, says the Chief Minister symbol of Jungle Raj, an ideal of anarchy. After hygiene row, world number 2 says polluted Delhi unfit for badminton championship. Now a monkey also spotted inside the premises. Controversy over summons to late Air India pilot's brother in AI 171 crash investigation. Top pilot's body calls out government. Voting across 29 municipal corporations is being held across Maharashtra. Total of 3.48 crore voters eligible to decide the fate of 15,931 candidates. Now, claiming to back up its allegation that the chaos at Calcutta High Court during the hearing on petitions over the IPAC raids was engineered, the Enforcement Directorate has shared a screenshot now of a WhatsApp chat with the Supreme Court, in which the lawyers are purportedly being asked to assemble in the courtroom. And on January 9th, the Calcutta High Court was hearing 2 sets of petitions on the raids, and in its petition, the ED had challenged West Bengal Chief Minister and Trinamool Congress chairperson Mamata Banerjee and misused her constitutional post by hindering officials who were doing their duty during the raids at the IPAC office and the house of its co-founder Prateek Jain. The Trinamool Congress and Prateek Jain had filed counter pleas. And Kisholai joins us live on the broadcast. Kisholai, well, tell us more details about this WhatsApp chat that have been presented in the Supreme Court, and Republic TV has also accessed them.
Well, this WhatsApp chat establishes the point that the TMC legal cell members were in fact pre-planning a chaos at the courtroom in which the hearing was going on, the case which connected IPAC, Mamata Banerjee and the ED. It was going on there at courtroom number 5. Item was item number 10, and the hearing was going on. In this WhatsApp chat, one of the TMC legal cell members allegedly, and very clearly, in fact, we have that chat, we have a screenshot where he's saying that everyone come to this courtroom at that point of time when the hearing will be on. Why is he calling all the TMC legal cell members when they are not party to that particular case that was being heard? It was very clear. After this message was circulated, the TMC legal cell members, lawyers connected to the TMC legal cell, organized themselves inside the courtroom, and then utter chaos and disorder ushered in that the hearing have to be postponed, adjourned. In the same message, in the next part, it has been declared that after such gathering in the courtroom, all of them needs to come to gate number B of the High Court, and from there, there will be buses and vehicles that will take them to Mamata Banerjee's rally. So in the same message, where this pre-planned chaos and disorder was instructed, in the same message, there was an instruction about these members to come to the gate to go to Mamata Banerjee's rally. So this particular chaos and disorder within the High Court was pre-planned, and it was aimed at adjourning this hearing so that TMC and Mamata Banerjee could buy more time in order to fix their strategy, and in order to buy more time to understand how can they defend themselves better. So this was a strategical chaos that happened inside the High Court, and now it has been proved by these screenshots.
Right. Many thanks, Kisholai, for joining us with those details coming in on that story. In fact, we have some breaking news coming in. The Defense Minister is speaking right now. Let's take a listen to that.
लगभग 46,000 करोड़ रुपया हुआ करता था, यानी हम लोग भारत में सिर्फ 46,000 करोड़ रुपए के हथियार और साजो सामान बना पाते थे, लेकिन आज वही बढ़कर रिकॉर्ड 1.5 लाख करोड़ रुपए से अधिक हो चुका है। इसके अलावा 2014 के समय भारत का जो डिफेंस एक्सपोर्ट था वह बहुत कम हुआ करता था। लगभग 1,000 करोड़ रुपए से भी कम के हथियार और साजो सामान हम दुनिया को बेच पाते थे, लेकिन आज वही बढ़कर लगभग 25,000 करोड़ रुपए तक पहुंच गया है। हमारे इन तमाम प्रयासों में हमारी सेनाओं ने बराबर साथ दिया है, सहयोग किया है, सक्रिय भूमिका का निर्वाह किया है। साथियों, यह सदी हमारी है, आने वाला वक्त भी हमारा है, और हमने जिस प्रकार से आत्मनिर्भरता की ओर कदम बढ़ाया है, मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि हमारी सेना भी आने वाले समय में निश्चित रूप से दुनिया की सर्वश्रेष्ठ सेना होगी, ऐसा मेरा पक्का विश्वास है। मुझे यह भी विश्वास है कि आप लोगों के सहयोग से हम इस उद्देश्य को भी जल्द से जल्द प्राप्त करने में कामयाब होंगे। अंत में एक बार मैं फिर आप लोगों को आपके उत्तम कार्यों के लिए बधाई देता हूं और इस विश्वास के साथ अपनी बात समाप्त करता हूं कि हम इसी तरह मिलकर काम करते हुए भारत को एक मजबूत और आत्मनिर्भर राष्ट्र बनाएंगे। इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ आप सबको धन्यवाद देते हुए अपना निवेदन समाप्त करता हूं। बोलिए भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की।
All right, that is Defense Minister Rajnath Singh at the Army Day celebrations in Jaipur as India marks the 78th Indian Army Day. And Defense Minister Rajnath Singh was talking about self-reliance in the defense sector, talking about manufacturing in India. And now, viewers, we are shifting our focus to the other stories we're tracking for you. This one's from Punjab, where Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann has appeared before the Akal Takht as he was being summoned by the Akal Takht Sahib over alleged anti-Sikh remarks. And After appearing before the Akal Takht Sahib, Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann has said that he had given a complete explanation to the Jathedar regarding all the statements that he had made, and he clarified that a false narrative was being created on social media that suggests he was challenging the Akal Takht Sahib, which is absolutely, he says, not the case. In fact, he says, and I quote, "I have bowed my head at the Akal Takht Sahib. I told the Jathedar that I neither have the intention nor the audacity to challenge the Akal Takht," unquote. In fact, Mann says that he would be informed of any further instructions or decisions. He says that he feels relieved now, and he has presented the people's sentiments to the Jathedar in writing and verbally as well. And regarding the alleged objectionable video circulating on social media, the Chief Minister has said that the video is fake and can be investigated by any agency. Lalit joins us live on the broadcast. Lalit, tell us more details about this case, please.
There has been allegations on the Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann by the Sikh clergy, that is the highest body of the Sikhs, that is the Akal Takht, and he was asked to appear before the Akal Takht today. So after he was being summoned today, CM Bhagwant Mann appeared before the Akal Takht, where he vowed and said that he has no intention to stand against the Akal Takht. He has vowed and he has no audacity to speak against Akal Takht, as it's the highest priest body. Apart from that, what he has said that there is a fake video which is being circulated on social media, and a fake narrative has been set against him. But he has no intention regarding that. He has already said that this is not the case regarding that. Apart from that, if you talk about CM Bhagwant Mann is not the first Chief Minister who has been summoned by the Akal Takht. Before that also, there has been a number of politicians who have been called, which includes the former Chief Minister Surjit Singh Barnala, who was summoned in 1986. Then it was the former Chief Minister Sardar Prakash Singh Badal, former Deputy Chief Minister Sukhbir Singh Badal, then the Home Minister Bhuta Singh, and the former President Gyani Jayal Singh. So there has been a number of cases in which they were found guilty. That is Tankhaiya, they were counted from the Akal Takht, which is a religious misconduct, and guilty from the Akal Takht. So today he was summoned and he has answered all the questions to the Jathedar. Apart from that, one thing more. After that, a statement was being released by the Jathedar also, in which he has said that the 5-6 now will take the decision, and the video would also be given to the forensic team. Back to the studio.
Many thanks, Lalit, for joining us with those details coming in on that story. Now, let's take a quick check of the other news coming in from across the country. This is Bharat in a minute. The anti-terror operation continues in Kathua for the second consecutive day. The operation was launched by Jammu Kashmir Police just after 2 suspected terrorists were spotted by residents. Indian Army has also deployed its special forces as part of the operation, and DIG JKS Shiv Kumar Sharma also visited the site last night. There was a clash reported from Purana Pul in Old City of Hyderabad, allegedly due to the desecration of a temple, and flexes and decoratives were torn down, and an attempt was made to vandalize a temple, which led to a clash between the Hindu and Muslim communities. Police reached the site immediately to disperse the crowds who were raising slogans and pelting stones, and even tried to vandalize dargahs. They were trying to vandalize, and the police said that everything is under control and they are on alert. There has been a late-night encounter between the North District Anti-Narcotics Team and criminals in Delhi. 2 of the shooters, identified as Deepak and Neil, arrested, were associated with the Lawrence Bishnoi gang, and they were involved in the firing incidents in Paschim Vihar and West Vinod Nagar as well. Okay, viewers, now we shift our focus to the 78th Army Day Parade. At the parade, Chief of the Army Staff, General Upendra Dwivedi, today addressed the media and said that the Indian Army is steadily evolving into a future-ready force with empowered soldiers. Take a look.
मैं आपके माध्यम से
भारतीय सेना के सभी सैनिकों, हमारे सिविलियन कर्मचारियों, वेटरन्स, वीर नारियों और उनके परिवारजनों को हार्दिक शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। इस पावन अवसर पर हम उन वीर सैनिकों को श्रद्धापूर्वक नमन करते हैं जिन्होंने देश की सेवा में सर्वोच्च बलिदान दिया। मैं राजस्थान सरकार और खासकर जयपुर के नागरिकों को तहे दिल से धन्यवाद देता हूं। आज बड़ी संख्या में नागरिकों की उपस्थिति यह दर्शाती है कि सेना और जनता के बीच कितना गहरा संबंध है। आपका उत्साह और समर्थन हर सैनिक का मनोबल बढ़ाता है। जयपुर में सेना दिवस का आयोजन सेना को नागरिकों के और करीब लाने का प्रयास है। परेड के अलावा नो योर आर्मी मेला जैसे कार्यक्रमों ने इस संबंध को और मजबूत किया। आज शाम शौर्य संध्या में ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के दौरान सेना के साहस, अनुशासन और क्षमता का प्रदर्शन किया जाएगा। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर ने एक नया नॉर्मल स्थापित किया है। इस ऑपरेशन ने भारतीय सेना की तेज प्रतिक्रिया, बेहतर समन्वय और सटीक कार्यवाही की क्षमता का दर्शाया है। यह एक परिपक्व, आत्मविश्वासी और जिम्मेदार बल की तस्वीर प्रस्तुत करता है जो राष्ट्रीय हितों की रक्षा के लिए पूरी तरह सक्षम है। पिछले कुछ वर्षों में भारतीय सेना की सोच में एक स्पष्ट बदलाव आया। हम केवल वर्तमान चुनौतियों पर ही नहीं बल्कि भविष्यों के युद्धों की तैयारी में भी गंभीरता से काम कर रहे हैं। इसी दिशा में नई संरचनाएं यानी नए स्ट्रक्चर्स बनाए जा रहे हैं जिन्हें भविष्य की आवश्यकताओं के अनुसार इक्विप और ट्रेन किया जा रहा है।
And for the first time, viewers, the Army Day Parade moved out of a cantonment and onto open city streets. Jaipur turned into a battlefield showcase this time with BrahMos missiles, tanks, drones, robot dogs and Apache helicopters on display and the first public appearance of the new Bhairav Battalion. They make their debut this parade and this day also carried deep emotion as heroes of Operation Sindoor were honored and with the gallantry medals being awarded to the martyrs as well. Here's more.
January 15, India's Army Day, commemorating the day India took command of its own army in 1949. This year it is historic. For the first time ever, the Army Day Parade is being held outside a military cantonment on public city roads.
आर्मी डे की आप सबको हार्दिक बधाई। मैं आपके माध्यम से भारतीय सेना के सभी सैनिकों, हमारे सिविलियन कर्मचारियों, वेटरन्स, वीर नारियों और उनके परिवारजनों को हार्दिक शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। जयपुर में सेना दिवस का आयोजन सेना को नागरिकों के और करीब लाने का प्रयास है। परेड के अलावा नो योर आर्मी मेला जैसे कार्यक्रमों ने इस संबंध को और मजबूत किया। आज शाम शौर्य संध्या में ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के दौरान सेना के साहस, अनुशासन और क्षमता का प्रदर्शन किया जाएगा।
Jaipur hosts the parade on Mahal Road, Jagatpura. Thousands line the streets to witness history. A 3-kilometer parade route, over 1.5 lakh spectators in attendance. Army Chief General Upendra Dwivedi and CDS General Anil Chauhan lead the ceremony. The parade is led by Gallantry Award winners Ashok Chakra, Paramveer Chakra and Mahavir Chakra recipients. Valor leads the march, pride leads the parade. First public appearance of the newly raised Bhairav Battalion. Positioned between Para-Special Forces and Infantry, the Bhairav Battalion is built for quick, precise, offensive operations in modern warfare. Garhwal Scouts, Sikkim Scouts and Arunachal Scouts march past in full battle gear. The all-girls NCC contingent steals the spotlight, showcasing India's youth power. BrahMos missile system on public roads. India's supersonic strike capability on display. Pinaka rocket launcher follows, symbol of India's long-range firepower. Eyes shift to the sky. Apache attack helicopters perform aggressive maneuvers overhead, a demonstration of air dominance and combat readiness. Robot dogs lead the column. signaling the arrival of robotics in modern warfare. Combat drones displayed, highlighting India's growing drone warfare capability. The Integrated Drone Detection and Interdiction System (IDDIS), capable of soft kill and hard kill of aerial threats. A glimpse of future warfare, smart, fast and technology driven. Advanced towed artillery gun system and M777 ultralight howitzer on display. Akash Tir air defense system showcased, battle proven during Operation Sindoor. Jaipur turns into a sea of tricolours. Patriotism fills the streets. Infantry, paratroopers, mechanized units, a complete picture of India's army. Not just a parade, but a statement of strength, sacrifice and self-reliance. From Jaipur streets, India sends a powerful message to the world. The Indian Army stands ready. The nation stands proud.
And in a major setback for Vijay's much-anticipated film Jananayagan, the Supreme Court has then now refused to entertain the producer's plea, clearly stating that the matter is before the Madras High Court, which will hear the plea on the 20th of January. Here are details of that.
In a major setback for Thalapathy Vijay's Jananayagan, the Supreme Court has refused to grant any relief to the filmmakers. Refusing to entertain the matter, the top court stated that the issue is already scheduled to be heard by the High Court on January 20th. However, to prevent any further delay, it directed that an order be passed on the same day. The order came in response to a petition filed against the move to issue an A certificate to the film. The makers were hoping to obtain CBFC clearance and move ahead with the film's release. The film was initially slated for release on January 9th. However, the CBFC held back the certification following a complaint received by the chairman. At the center of the controversy are concerns that the film could hurt religious sentiments and portray the armed forces in a negative light. As the certification roadblock continues, so does the politics surrounding Vijay's highly anticipated action thriller. This is Vijay's last film before he enters politics full-time. He has stated that voters deserve nothing less than his complete commitment. And it is against this unforgiving backdrop that Jananayagan arrives. With assembly elections due in Tamil Nadu, Vijay's TVK has emerged as the third major regional player. The DMK and Congress allege that the delay is part of a large attempt to arm twist the megastar into joining political alliances. But as alliance dynamics remain uncertain in the state, so does the fate of the 500 crore film, which will now be decided on January 20th.
And communal tension erupted in Hyderabad's historic old city area at the Purana Pul late Wednesday night, just ahead of Sankranti celebrations. Here's what happened and how the situation has unfolded.
Torn up decorations, attempts to vandalize Purana Pul temple. This is what triggered the communal clashes in Hyderabad's old city in Purana Pul. Right ahead of Sankranti celebrations, at 11:30 p.m. on Wednesday night, the unrest began. Desecration attempt at temple was followed by counteractions to target a dargah. Stones were pelted, leaving several injured. Motorcycle was set on fire. With situation escalating, the police had to step in. Acting swiftly, the police intervened and dispersed the crowd.
We are currently standing at the temple in Puranpul in Hyderabad, where communal clashes were reported yesterday night, late at night and early, which lasted up to early in the morning, where police had to intervene, and then there was stone pelting and very communal which escalated very largely here. After which the police had to intervene. We are currently still seeing that the people have gathered here. The Hindu community have gathered inside the temple and are protesting against the vandalism of temple. They are claiming that during the festivity celebrations at Sankranti, which is here, the Hindu temples were deliberately vandalized and the decorations were deliberately vandalized, and this is something that is not acceptable. The repeated targets on Hindu temples here is something that is not acceptable, and the government should react immediately and protect the religious places of worship here.
Legal wheels are moving rapidly. A case has been registered by the Hyderabad police at Kamatipura police station. Forces remain on high alert.
And viewers, Niva Bupa Health Insurance has come on board as our studio partner. And Niva Bupa Health Insurance is trusted by over 2.7 crore Indians. It offers India's first truly unlimited health insurance plan with no limit on coverage.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Iran is boiling. Iranians are protesting against the Khamenei regime. U.S. President Donald Trump has urged Iranians to keep protesting and take over institutions, and has assured them
killed that aren't supposed to be killed. These are violent. If you call them leaders, I don't know if they're leaders or just they rule through violence. But we're looking at it very seriously. The military is looking at it, and we're looking at some very strong options. We'll make a determination.
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
Iran is boiling. Iranians are protesting against the Khamenei regime. U.S. President Donald Trump has urged Iranians to keep protesting and take over institutions, and has assured them that help is on the way.
Well, no, they're starting to, it looks like, and there seem to be some people killed that aren't supposed to be killed. These are violent, if you call them leaders, I don't know if they're leaders or just they rule through violence. But we're looking at it very seriously. The military is looking at it, and we're looking at some very strong options. We'll make a determination. Well, if they do that, we'll consider things targets that they wouldn't believe. If they do that, we will hit them at levels that they've never been hit before. They won't even believe it. I have options that are so strong. So, I mean, if they did that, it'll be met with a very, very powerful force.
So Iran's in big trouble. It looks to me that the people are taking over certain cities.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello viewers, you're watching 6 Stories at 6. A very good evening. I'm Shivangi Shukla. Let's see what's making news today. Big setback for CM Mamata. Supreme Court has paused the FIRs registered against ED officials in connection with the IPAC raids. And Air India plane crash probe updates are coming in. Pilot's body slams summons to Captain Sumit Sabharwal's relative. Situation is worsening in Iran. Families of Indian seafarers detained in Iran have made a desperate appeal for evacuation. When we talk about Iran, US President Trump has said that Iran has halted killings and executions, holding off strikes after assurances. Maharashtra votes and Civic body polls, high-stakes battle in Mumbai and Pune. 1,700 candidates are vying for 227 seats in the BMC polls. And finally, the 78th Army Day Parade held in Jaipur, drawing huge crowds as the Indian Army showcased modern weapons, new units and military strength. So let's start off with the top story coming in. The legal battle between the ED and the West Bengal CM Mamata Banerjee has taken a very dramatic turn today. Leaked WhatsApp chats have exposed an alleged plot to instigate anarchy and disrupt the law and order in Kolkata. The chats reveal the plan to mobilize a mob to gather outside the Calcutta High Court on Jan 9th and hamper the hearing process. Supreme Court has taken a strong stance, stating that the attempt to disrupt the court proceedings was intentional and not innocent. More in our next report.
The legal drama between ED and Bengal CM Mamata Banerjee now takes a new turn. Leaked WhatsApp chats now expose a chilling plot to instigate anarchy. A mob allegedly mobilized through group messages, with clear instructions to gather outside the Calcutta High Court on January 9th to hamper the hearing process. The aim? Create chaos, disrupt law and order, and derail a crucial judicial hearing. This isn't protest. It's a calculated attempt to intimidate institutions and obstruct justice. The revelations comes a massive setback for Mamata Banerjee and the Bengal police. The Supreme Court also ordered that every FIR registered against Enforcement Directorate officers will now be frozen. BJP also launched a sharp attack on Bengal CM Mamata Banerjee.
जंगल राज का प्रतीक कौन? अराजकता की मूर्ति, जंगल राज का प्रतीक ममता बनर्जी। और बड़े दुख से कहना पड़ता है, ये वो व्यक्ति है जो संविधान की शपथ लेता है, जो मुख्यमंत्री है पश्चिम बंगाल का, जो गृह मंत्री भी है, जंगल राज कैसा होता है? जंगल राज बिल्कुल ममता राज जैसा होता है.
BJP went on to compare Bengal's government to Jungle Raj.
गुंडागर्दी देखिए. हमारे देश की संवैधानिक उच्च न्यायालय को गुंडों से डराने का प्रयास करते हैं. और जो बात सर्वोच्च न्यायालय ने संज्ञान ली, उच्च न्यायालय क्या कहता है सुनिए. और इसीलिए पुनः कहूंगा, ये ममता बनर्जी जंगल राज का प्रतीक है, अराजकता की मूर्ति है. और जंगल राज कैसा होता है? बिल्कुल ममता राज जैसा होता है.
The top court also recalls how a CBI team was attacked in Bengal earlier, raising concerns over the safety of central officers and the possibility of conducting fair investigations. The ED makes a clear demand. The case should be moved out of Bengal. A CBI probe is sought into the attacks on ED officers, citing the alleged role of state machinery. The ED alleges an atmosphere of complete anarchy. Material seized during searches was allegedly taken away illegally. With all FIRs stayed and the spotlight firmly on alleged intimidation, the Supreme Court signals zero tolerance for interference in investigations.
Viewers, the Federation of Indian Pilots has accused the Aircraft Accident Investigation Bureau of harassing the family of deceased pilot Captain Sumit Sabharwal by summoning his nephew Captain Varun Anand in connection with the Air India crash probe. Now, the FIP claims that Captain Anand has no association with the flight or the accident and is being summoned solely due to his familial relationship. They have called the move unlawful and contrary to international aviation investigation norms. Take a look.
The Federation of Indian Pilots has accused the AAIB of harassing the family of deceased pilot Captain Sumit Sabharwal by summoning his nephew in AI-171 crash probe. FIP has issued a notice to the Aircraft Accident Investigation Bureau regarding the summoning of Captain Varun Anand in connection with the investigation of the AI-171 crash. The letter flags the fact that Captain Varun Anand had no association with the aircraft or the flight in question. He was not present at the site of the accident and does not possess any factual, technical, or operational knowledge relating to the circumstances of the accident. The Federation has objected that the communication calling Captain Varun Anand does not disclose the statutory provision under which he has been summoned, nor does it specify the purpose of the summons or the capacity in which his presence is required.
AIB had written to the airline, and the airline has been pressurizing the captain to go and attend the proceedings with AIB. It is against the rules of the AIB and also as per Annex 13 of ICAO. This does not fall under the purview of the calling of Varun to AIB, does not fall under these categories of any witnesses who could be of any use towards the finalization of.
According to the notice, the summoning of Captain Anand is solely on account of his familial relationship with the deceased pilot, which is stated to be impermissible in law. The notice asserts that such summoning is without jurisdiction. Captain Varun Anand is neither a factual witness, nor a technical witness, nor an expert witness in relation to the accident. Instead of objectively examining systemic, mechanical, or operational causes, it is feared that there is a possible attempt to attribute full responsibility to the deceased flight crew. Father of late Captain Sumit Sabharwal and FIP have already approached the Supreme Court challenging the independence and fairness of the investigation.
Viewers, the families of Indian seafarers detained in Iran have made an urgent appeal to the External Affairs Ministry. At least 16 Indians were detained after the oil tanker MT Valiant Roar was intercepted at Iran's Bandar Abbas port. Families claim no consular access has been given and allege that the Indian crew members had been taken to prison by Iranian guards. Take a look at this report as calls grow louder to bring back those Indians.
Families of Indian seafarers detained in Iran have made a desperate appeal to the Ministry of External Affairs seeking urgent diplomatic intervention. At least 15 Indian crew members were detained after the oil tanker MT Valiant Roar was intercepted at Bandar Abbas port in Iran. According to the appeal submitted by the families, the vessel operated by Prime Tankers LLC Dubai was intercepted by Iran's Revolutionary Guard on December 8, 2025. The ship had 17 to 18 crew members on board, including 15 nationals. Families claim that on January 6, 2026, 10 crew members were taken into custody and jailed by Iran authorities. They say 6 to 7 crew members, including the captain, continue to remain on board the vessel. The families allege that they have had no contact with the detained seafarers and have received no official information on their location, health, legal status, or charges. Republic TV spoke to the families of the detained Indian seafarers. The families claim that no consular access has been provided to any of the Indian crew members so far.
With regards to the response that you all have got so far, you are saying that it's almost been a month since the detention has actually taken place. Now the latest information coming in of the fact that the crew members have been taken into the prison. Have they actually told you what are the charges and what is your window of communication right now?
No, sir, nothing.
There are no charges. I mean, we cannot get. I have tried with the various sources. Even the consulates or the ambassador, they are not aware of the charges yet. Even the master on board, they are not aware of the charges yet. They don't have any information what are the charges, why they have been taken to prison, no idea. And whoever you speak to, all of them are giving a vague reasons of taking them to prison. At the moment, nothing is, we really cannot understand what actually is the scenario. Of late, since the internet in Iran has been shut down, the communication is still like now we are not able to get in touch with the consulates or even the ambassador. So whatever information I'm getting from the master on board.
The incident comes amid ongoing protests and heightened tensions in Iran, raising serious concerns over the safety and rights of Indian seafarers. Families are now urging the government of India to ensure consular access, ascertain the well-being of the crew, and work towards their early release and safe return.
Viewers, tensions are high after the execution of a 26-year-old boy by Iran. US President Trump says Iran has halted killings and executions, holding off strikes, citing assurances he received. Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi says that there is no plans to execute protesters, while repeating claims that foreign elements are behind the unrest. Here's more into that developing story.
Iran death toll stands at 2,571. One 26-year-old has been executed, but there is a hint of thaw, at least for now. Trump claims Iran has stopped the executions.
We've been told that the killing in Iran is stopping, and it's stopping. And there's no plan for executions or executions. So I've been told that on good authority. We'll find out about it. I'm sure if it happens, we'll all be very upset, including you will be very upset.
Meanwhile, Iran downplayed the number of deaths, saying it is not in thousands but in hundreds. He also urged Trump to engage diplomatically. Foreign Minister Araghchi says situation is under control. He also called this an Israeli plot. An Israeli plot, or Iran hiding the crackdown, or US prepping up to invade Iran? Middle East can blow up anytime if diplomacy fails.
And viewers, polling for the BMC elections in Maharashtra has been going on. It's over now, and the voter turnout was quite decent. It looks like the BJP-led Mahayuti alliance is locked in a fierce contest with the reunited Thackeray cousins. A polling process, however, witnessed several issues with the voter list leading to diversion of voters to alternate polling booths. And various claims were also made over the indelible ink which was used during those voting processes. Here's a look at what unfolded on polling day.
These are the first BMC polls since the 2022 split in the Shiv Sena, when Eknath Shinde, now Deputy Chief Minister, broke away with a majority of the party's MLAs and allied with the BJP to become the Chief Minister. The polling saw a turnout of 41.08% till 3:30 p.m. Voting took place in 227 wards with approximately 1,700 candidates contesting. The stakes are high for the Thackeray brothers as well as the BJP Shiv Sena alliance following the ruling Mahayuti's resounding victory in last year's assembly elections. Various leaders came and casted their vote. Maharashtra CM Devendra Fadnavis came along with his family and casted his vote.
हमारी म्युनिसिपल कॉरपोरेशन का चुनाव हो रहा है। हमारे लोकतंत्र की एक ऐसी इकाई है जिसको हम लोकतंत्र की मूलगामी आधारशिला कह सकते हैं। मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि मतदान ये केवल आपका अधिकार नहीं है, तो ये आपका कर्तव्य भी है। लोकतंत्र में अगर हम अच्छा शासन चाहते हैं तो हम मतदान के लिए जाएं, इसलिए मैंने भी मतदान किया है।
After casting his vote, Maharashtra's Deputy Chief Minister Eknath Shinde stated that voter turnout in Mumbai had surpassed 25%, suggesting that residents are eager for change.
कॉन्फिडेंट है मैं, और मुझे डेवलपमेंट पे भरोसा है। लोग आरोप पे नहीं, टीका टिप्पणी पे नहीं, लोग डेवलपमेंट पे वोट करेंगे, डेवलपमेंट पे वोट करेंगे। इसलिए मुंबई में देखा है कि 25% से ज़्यादा वोटिंग हुई है। यह बदलाव का चिन्ह है। वो एलिगेशन करते हैं, अभी उनको पता चला है कि हम हारने वाले। वो लोग अपोजिशन हारने का ग्राउंड तैयार कर रहा है, और इसलिए वो सब आरोप प्रत्यारोप कर रहे हैं। हमें उससे कुछ ये नहीं है, परहेज नहीं, वो अपना आरोप करें। लोग तो वोटिंग करेंगे विकास को, डेवलपमेंट को, और अपना भविष्य सुरक्षित करने के लिए।
Speaking to Republic, Rajya Sabha MP Milind Deora stated that this time the victory will be for the organization.
बहुत ही भारी बहुमत से महायुति जीतने जा रही है, और इसका एक साफ कारण है कि पिछले 25 वर्षों से भारत का नहीं, एशिया का सबसे अमीर, सबसे बड़ा महानगर पालिका का पूरी तरह से दुरुपयोग किया गया है, और लोग बदलाव चाहते हैं, परिवर्तन चाहते हैं। लोगों ने देखा है कि पिछले कई सालों में केंद्र सरकार के सहयोग से राज्य सरकार ने आम मुंबईकरों के लिए, उनके समस्याओं को दूर करने के लिए, ट्रांसपोर्ट की समस्या हो, गृह निर्माण की समस्या हो, उन समस्याओं को दूर करने के लिए स्टेट गवर्नमेंट पूरी तरह से उनके लिए उपलब्ध है, अवेलेबल है, काम कर रही है।
Meanwhile, the crucial BMC polls in Mumbai was marred with allegations that the ink used on voters' fingers could be easily wiped off. Reacting to the allegations, MNS chief Raj Thackeray blamed the government and stated that the government can do anything to stay in power. Whereas the State Election Commission strongly dismissed concerns that removal of the ink could enable repeat voting. The State Election Commission has clarified that if any person is found trying to vote again after removing the ink mark, appropriate legal action will be taken against them. Priyanka Chaturvedi, Shiv Sena UBT MP, raised another issue and complained that her name was missing from the voter list at her usual booth. With polling now concluded amid a high-voltage political contest and a day marked by logistical issues and allegations, the focus now shifts to the counting of votes scheduled to begin tomorrow at 8 a.m. The results are expected to decide the future course of Mumbai's civic body and set the tone for Maharashtra's political landscape in the days ahead.
And viewers, for the first time, India's Army Day parade moved out of a cantonment and onto open city streets. Jaipur has turned into a battlefield showcase. BrahMos missiles, tanks, drones, robot dogs and Apache helicopters on display. And the first public appearance of the new Bhairav Battalion. The day also carried very deep emotion as heroes of Operation Sindoor were honoured and gallantry medals were awarded to the martyrs. Here is a report.
January 15, India's Army Day, commemorating the day India took command of its own army in 1949. This year it is historic. For the first time ever, the Army Day parade is being held outside a military cantonment on public city roads.
आर्मी डे की आप सबको हार्दिक बधाई। मैं आपके माध्यम से भारतीय सेना के सभी सैनिकों, हमारे सिविलियन कर्मचारियों, वेटरन्स, वीर नारियों और उनके परिवारजनों को हार्दिक शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। जयपुर में सेना दिवस का आयोजन सेना को नागरिकों के और करीब लाने का प्रयास है। परेड के अलावा नो योर आर्मी मेला जैसे कार्यक्रमों ने इस संबंध को और मजबूत किया। आज शाम शौर्य संध्या में ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के दौरान सेना के साहस, अनुशासन और क्षमता का प्रदर्शन किया जाएगा।
Jaipur hosts the parade on Mahal Road, Jagatpura. Thousands line the streets to witness history. A 3-kilometer parade route, over 1.5 lakh spectators in attendance. Army Chief General Upendra Dwivedi and CDS General Anil Chauhan lead the ceremony. The parade is led by Gallantry Award winners, Ashok Chakra, Paramveer Chakra and Mahavir Chakra recipients. Valor leads the march. Pride leads the parade. First public appearance of the newly raised Bhairav Battalion. Positioned between Para-Special Forces and Infantry, the Bhairav Battalion is built for quick, precise, offensive operations in modern warfare. Garhwal Scouts, Sikkim Scouts and Arunachal Scouts march past in full battle gear. The all-girls NCC contingent steals the spotlight, showcasing India's youth power. BrahMos missile system on public roads. India's supersonic strike capability on display. Pinaka rocket launcher follows, symbol of India's long-range firepower. Eyes shift to the sky. Apache attack helicopters perform aggressive maneuvers overhead. A demonstration of air dominance and combat readiness. Robot dogs lead the column, signaling the arrival of robotics in modern warfare. Combat drones displayed, highlighting India's growing drone warfare capability. The Integrated Drone Detection and Interdiction System IDDIS, capable of soft kill and hard kill of aerial threats. A glimpse of future warfare, smart, fast and technology driven. Advanced towed artillery gun system, an M777 ultralight howitzer on display. Akash Tir air defense system showcased, battle proven during Operation Sindoor. Jaipur turns into a sea of tricolors. Patriotism fills the streets. Infantry, paratroopers, mechanized units, a complete picture of India's army. Not just a parade, but a statement of strength, sacrifice and self-reliance. From Jaipur streets, India sends a powerful message to the world. The Indian Army stands ready. The nation stands proud.
And viewers, that's all we have on 6 stories at 6, but do not go anywhere. Next is Live and Breaking with my colleague Rakshita Mishra.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े क्या निराला MDH मसाला
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
Iran is boiling. Iranians are protesting against the Khamenei regime. U.S. President Donald Trump has urged Iranians to keep protesting and take over institutions, and has assured them that help is on the way.
Well, no, they're starting to, it looks like, and there seem to be some people killed that aren't supposed to be killed. These are violent, if you call them leaders, I don't know if they're leaders or just they rule through violence. But we're looking at it very seriously. The military is looking at it, and we're looking at some very strong options. We'll make a determination. Well, if they do that, we'll consider things targets that they wouldn't believe. If they do that, we will hit them at levels that they've never been hit before. They won't even believe it. I have options that are so strong. So, I mean, if they did that, it'll be met with a very, very powerful force.
So Iran's in big trouble. It looks to me that the people are taking over certain cities that nobody thought were really possible just a few weeks ago. We're watching the situation very carefully. I've made the statement very strongly that if they start killing people like they have in the past, we will get involved. We'll be hitting them very hard where it hurts. And that doesn't mean boots on the ground, but it means hitting them very, very hard where it hurts. So we don't want that to happen. There have been cases like this where President Obama totally backed down. But this is something pretty incredible that's happening in Iran. It's an amazing thing to watch. They've done a bad job. They've treated their people very badly, and now they're being paid back. So let's see what happens. We're watching it.
U.S. has proven its military capacity in Operation Midnight Hammer, where the United States military bombed Iran's nuclear facilities. U.S. B-2 stealth bombers, which flew a secretive and historic long-range mission, dropped 14 massive ordnance penetrators, also known as bunker buster bombs, on 3 critical Iranian nuclear sites: Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan. As the situation between the U.S. and Iran escalates further, Israel's official state aircraft, Wing of Zion, has departed from Nevatim Air Force Base. The aircraft, which contains a private office, a war room, and sophisticated defense systems, serves as the primary transport for the Prime Minister. India's Foreign Minister S. Jaishankar has also received a call from Iranian Foreign Minister Sayed Abbas Araghchi. The foreign ministers discussed the evolving situation in and around Iran. The protests began as demonstrations in Tehran's bazaars over rampant inflation. The Iranian rial surged to $1 million against the US dollar, marking a significant devaluation of the national currency in a single day. The protests morphed into an uprising against the Khamenei regime.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
MDH।
Iran is boiling. Iranians are protesting against the Khamenei regime. U.S. President Donald Trump has urged Iranians to keep protesting and take over institutions, and has assured them that help is on the way.
Well, no, they're starting to, it looks like, and there seem to be some people killed that aren't supposed to be killed. These are violent, if you call them leaders, I don't know if they're leaders or just they rule through violence. But we're looking at it very seriously. The military is looking at it, and we're looking at some very strong options. We'll make a determination. Well, if they do that, we'll consider things targets that they wouldn't believe. If they do that, we will hit them at levels that they've never been hit before. They won't even believe it. I have options that are so strong. So, I mean, if they did that, it'll be met with a very, very powerful force.
So Iran's in big trouble. It looks to me that the people are taking over certain cities that nobody thought were really possible just a few weeks ago. We're watching the situation very carefully. I've made the statement very strongly that if they start killing people like they have in the past, we will get involved. We'll be hitting them very hard where it hurts. And that doesn't mean boots on the ground, but it means hitting them very, very hard where it hurts. So we don't want that to happen. There have been cases like this where
Viewers, top headlines tracking right now. Mamata South's forces calls Army Commandant is doing SIR and BJP work.
जंगल राज का प्रतीक कौन? अराजकता की मूर्ति, जंगल राज का प्रतीक ममता बनर्जी। और बड़े दुख से कहना पड़ता है, ये वो व्यक्ति है जो संविधान की शपथ लेता है।
BJP attacks Mamata government after a Supreme Court order says CM symbol of Jungle Raj, idol of anarchy. After hygiene, Rao World number 2 says polluted Delhi unfit for badminton championship. Controversy over summons to late Air India pilot's brother and Air India crash investigation. Top pilot's body calls out the government. Voting across 29 municipal corporations is being held Across Maharashtra, total of 3.48 crore voters have voted till 5:30 p.m. Viewers of Live and Breaking, I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. In view of the evolving situation in Iran, MEA has said that they will be bringing back those stranded Indians, nationals. MEA is making preparations to facilitate return of Indian nationals who wish to travel back to India. This is coming as the situation in Iran has become very, very tense. Many Indians are stranded, and MEA has already sent an advisory to these Indians to not travel to Iran, and if they are in Iran, they should come back to the country as soon as possible. Now, the MEA advisory has already been out. They have said, in view of the ongoing developments in Iran, Indian nationals are once again strongly advised to avoid travel to the Islamic Republic of Iran until further notice. This is the advisory which has been put out, and MEA is making preparations to bring them back. All right, let's go straight across to our senior executive editor, Abhishek Kapoor, is joining. Abhishek, we see that many Indians have been advised not to travel to Iran, and if they are there, they have to come back. MEA has said they will facilitate the return of the Indian nationals who are stranded.
Well, you see, first up, this is an evidence, if one was needed, that the situation is going downhill insofar as the Iran, or evolving Iran situation is concerned. It's going downhill. And it seems our agencies have assessed that we really need to evacuate all Indian nationals, given the possibility of military action from the United States. So we need to bring them out. Like it happened in the case of Ukraine with Operation Ganga, or in the case of Afghanistan with Operation Devi Shakti, or even in the case of the Iran-Israel conflict, the last round of which saw Operation Sindhu, with which India evacuated all its nationals from these nations respectively. I think similarly, the Ministry of External Affairs is coordinating with other agencies, essentially the Ministry of Defense, and evacuate a few hundred of citizens who are stuck in various parts of Iran, essentially Tehran. Remember, there have been people-to-people ties and also trade relationship existing, howsoever minuscule. So the Ministry of External Affairs is expecting that they might need anything between 4 to 5 flights, maybe a few more, to evacuate the Indians who are stuck in Iran, and the first of those evacuation flights might be beginning tomorrow, is what we are getting to here.
All right, thank you for getting us all those details. Abhishek getting us top updates. I really want to move ahead to some of the other tracking. Now, a lot of concerns, viewers, have been raised over facilities at Delhi's Indira Gandhi Indoor Stadium during the India Open badminton tournament after players and spectators reported unsanitary conditions, unclean conditions, frequent monkey intrusions. Several videos shared on social media showed monkeys roaming inside the spectator gallery, particularly the gold stand, while players complained of pigeon droppings and poor hygiene within the venue. Players have claimed that the conditions were unfit for international tournament. The controversy has snowballed after the world number 2 withdrew from the event, citing Delhi's pollution and overall environment as absolutely unsuitable for any kind of games to be happening. All right, let's go straight across to our guest joining us. Shekhar Vijayan, sports journalist, is joining us on Republic TV. Thank you for joining us here, Mr. Vijayan. This is quite embarrassing, honestly, because Indira Gandhi Stadium, Delhi being the national capital of India, we expect world-class standard. What do you think is really going wrong here?
I think everything is going wrong here. If you look at the kind of complaints which has come in, we've got players who have put their Instagram stories. They haven't even taken a fine of $5,000 saying, they don't want to, even play in Delhi because of the weather conditions, because of how bad the conditions are. The second thing is, when you have a global championship like this, demands global standards. And the fact is, if India is, preparing for the Olympics, if you're talking about, hosting championships like this in the future, I think this is a total downer. This is not the way infrastructure should be. You should not have players coming and telling us that the situation is so bad. The players, the main job is to focus on winning on the field, or in the badminton court. If they have the time to tell us, the India or the authorities, that there is a big problem here in terms of bird poop, or in terms of monkeys coming and watching, or in terms of the weather conditions, in terms of the ground not being clean, then there is a big problem. There's a big difference. There's a big lacuna between what we think is an Olympic dream with respect to our ground reality. And there's a big difference. And I think, India really needs to take charge of this. Authorities, the government really needs to be responsible here. Like they say, with great power comes great responsibility. It's not just about getting these, championships on board. It's also about making sure that the players are well taken care of on the field. It's also very important to make sure that, our authorities, our government authorities, people at the top don't get defensive about this. Of late, we have noticed whenever somebody points a finger, whenever somebody gives them feedback, they tend to get very defensive about it. There's no reason to get defensive. It's about feedback. Take the feedback in the right spirit and keep moving forward. I think that is going to be very important. The second thing is, if India is looking at hosting world championships in the future, it's very important for India to be infrastructure ready. Not just in terms of player ready, but also in terms of infrastructure, also in terms of making sure that the players who come in, the world-class players who come
Yes,
in,
Mr.
get the
Vijay,
best
the Badminton Association of India Secretary General Sanjay Mishra has claimed the venue was pigeon-free, and you were saying that that it's time to take accountability. But, however, he's not really taking accountability here. He's responding to the criticism, but he's not giving a solution, and a solution is what we want.
Absolutely. Shivangi, that's exactly the point I say. There's nobody who's taking accountability for this. There's nobody who's taking responsibility for this. Where does the buck really stop? Do we have any one of them even coming and answering this question? It's so embarrassing that you have, athletes like the world number 3 putting out information out on the internet, out on Instagram, or you have Mia who's talking about, about what she feels. And there is nobody from the government who's coming in and taking charge and saying, feedback taken in the right spirit, we move on. I don't think they should take it personally. The fact is, if there is feedback which is given, work on it and move on. If India needs to host championships like this in the future, we're going to have a badminton world championship in August. This is the best dress rehearsal for it. If we're not ready now, then how are we going to be ready in the future? I think India really needs to take note of this. The government, the machinery, the people who administer, they need to understand that the internet is such a interesting medium, because people will get information whether India is doing well or whether India is doing bad. Now, if you have a situation where, if this is how it is, as you see, there's a monkey right there
Vijay,
in the state.
Absolutely. Well, thank you for putting out your viewpoint there, Republic TV. I'll have to move ahead to some of the other stories you're tracking. Viewers, after a barrage of obscene pictures deluded X social media with a grok feature that edited real photos upon request to take down clothes of real people, an update is finally here to tackle the huge menace. Elon Musk's AI model Grok will absolutely no longer be able to edit photos of real people to show them in revealing clothes. Here's a report on the development.
Elon Musk's Grok AI will no longer edit photos of real people to show them in revealing clothing. X said that technological measures will prevent Grok account from allowing the editing of images and bar it from creating obscene images. With this, Grok will no longer be able to edit photos of real people to depict them in revealing clothing, following the spread of sexualized AI deepfakes. This progress comes after the Ministry of Information Technology issued a notice to X asking it to remove obscene content from its platform. It had given the platform to comply with India's statutory obligations within 72 hours. In response, the social media platform had removed approximately 3,500 pieces of content and deleted over 600 accounts.
And viewers, the big story we're tracking today was that West Bengal CM Mamata Banerjee triggered a political storm after alleging that an army commandant posted at Fort William was doing SIR and BJP work. Now, the BJP has accused her of insulting the armed forces and dragging the Indian army into partisan politics ahead of elections. So this is what we see right now, viewers, where Mamata Banerjee has made that statement. Controversial remark. Let's play it out.
বর্ডারের দায়িত্বে কে? বিএসএফ সেন্ট্রাল গভর্নমেন্ট। কয়লার দায়িত্বে কে? সিআইএসএফ সেন্ট্রাল গভর্নমেন্ট। প্লেনে কে আসছে বাইরের লোক, তার দায়িত্বে কে? কাস্টমস কার হাতে, অ্যাভিয়েশন কার হাতে, রেল কার হাতে? সব সেন্ট্রাল গভর্নমেন্ট। সিআরপিএফ কার হাতে? সেন্ট্রাল গভর্নমেন্ট। আর্মিও তোমার হাতে, সেন্ট্রাল গভর্নমেন্ট। আমি জীবনে দেখিনি, এমনকি আমার কাছে একটা খবর এসছে, কদিন আগে আপনাদের সাংবাদিকদের আর্মি অফিস থেকে কাউকে কাউকে ইনভাইট করা হয়েছিল জাস্ট টু টক। আমি এর মধ্যে কোনো ভুল দেখি না, আমি ওদের সম্মান করি, আমি সব ফোর্সকেই। কিন্তু একটা রিকোয়েস্ট করব, আমার কাছে খবর আছে ফোর্টিলিয়ামে একজন কমান্ড্যান্ট এসআইআর এর কাজ করছে এবং বিজেপি করছে, বসে পার্টি অফিসের কাজ করছেন। প্লিজ আপনাদের কাছে হাত জোর করে রিকোয়েস্ট করব, এটা করতে যাবেন না। যারা সত্যিকারের চোর ডাকাত, ধরুন কটা কেস হয়েছে বিজেপির, খুনি, ডাকাত, ধর্ষককারী, হত্যাকারী, হাওলাকারী, কটা কেস হয়েছে?
And viewers, let's move ahead right now to some of the other stories. We're trucking, and now the ED had claimed there was chaos at the Calcutta High Court, and now the ED has said they have proof. WhatsApp chats have been accessed by Republic TV, and in those chats, we see that these chats show in which lawyers are purportedly being asked to assemble in the courtroom. On Jan 9, the Calcutta High Court was hearing 2 sets of petitions on the raids. In its petition, the ED has alleged that West Bengal CM and TMC chairperson Mamata Banerjee had misused her constitutional post by hindering officials who were doing their duty during raids at the IPAC office and the house of its co-founder Prateek Jain, that the TMC and Jain had filed counter pleas. We are getting some more reactions coming in. BJP has hit out at the TMC, accusing it of undermining the democratic system of the country. BJP has accused TMC chief and the CM, Mamata Banerjee, of alleged interference during the ED's raid at the office of political consultancy firm IPAC in connection with the money laundering case. Let's play it out for you viewers.
गुंडागर्दी देखिए, हमारे देश की संवैधानिक उच्च न्यायालय को गुंडों से डराने का प्रयास करते हैं, और जो बात सर्वोच्च न्यायालय ने संज्ञान ली, उच्च न्यायालय क्या कहता है सुनिए। और इसीलिए पुनः कहूंगा, ये ममता बनर्जी जंगल राज का प्रतीक है, अराजकता की मूर्ति है, और जंगल राज कैसा होता है? बिल्कुल ममता राज जैसा होता है। गुंडागर्दी देखिए, हमारे देश की संवैधानिक उच्च न्यायालय को गुंडों से डराने का प्रयास करते हैं, और जो बात सर्वोच्च न्यायालय ने संज्ञान ली, उच्च न्यायालय क्या कहता है सुनिए। और इसीलिए पुनः कहूंगा, ये ममता बनर्जी जंगल राज का प्रतीक है, अराजकता की मूर्ति है, और जंगल राज कैसा होता है? बिल्कुल ममता राज जैसा होता है।
And viewers, for the first time, India's Army Day Parade moved out of a cantonment and onto open city streets. Jaipur turned into a battlefield showcase with the BrahMos missile, tanks, drones, robots, dogs and Apache helicopters on display, and the first public appearance of the new Bhairav Battalion. The day also carried deep emotion as heroes of Operation Sindoor were honored and gallantry medals were awarded to the martyrs. Here's a report.
India's Army Day, commemorating the day India took command of its own army in 1949. This year it is historic. For the first time ever, the Army Day Parade is being held outside a military cantonment on public city roads.
आर्मी डे की आप सबको हार्दिक बधाई। मैं आपके माध्यम से भारतीय सेना के सभी सैनिकों, हमारे सिविलियन कर्मचारियों, वेटरन्स, वीर नारियों और उनके परिवारजनों को हार्दिक शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। जयपुर में सेना दिवस का आयोजन सेना को नागरिकों के और करीब लाने का प्रयास है। परेड के अलावा नो योर आर्मी मेला जैसे कार्यक्रमों ने इस संबंध को और मजबूत किया। आज शाम शौर्य संध्या में ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के दौरान सेना के साहस, अनुशासन और क्षमता का प्रदर्शन किया जाएगा।
Jaipur hosts the parade on Mahal Road, Jagatpura. Thousands line the streets to witness history. A 3-kilometer parade route. Over 1.5 lakh spectators in attendance. Army Chief General Upendra Dwivedi and CDS General Anil Chauhan lead the ceremony. The parade is led by Gallantry Award winners Ashok Chakra, Paramveer Chakra and Mahavir Chakra recipients. Valor leads the march, pride leads the parade. First public appearance of the newly raised Bhairav Battalion. Positioned between Para-Special Forces and Infantry, the Bhairav Battalion is built for quick, precise, offensive operations in modern warfare. Garhwal Scouts, Sikkim Scouts and Arunachal Scouts march past in full battle gear. The all-girls NCC contingent steals the spotlight, showcasing India's youth power. BrahMos missile system on public roads. India's supersonic strike capability on display. Pinaka rocket launcher follows, symbol of India's long-range firepower. Eyes shift to the sky. Apache attack helicopters perform aggressive maneuvers overhead. A demonstration of air dominance and combat readiness.
Alright, getting you some breaking news coming in, viewers. Air India A350 aircraft, while operating a flight, Air India Delhi to New York, was involved in air turn back due to Iranian airspace closure. Aircraft landed safely at runway 28 in Delhi, and it had to turn back. The Air India flight had to turn back. Air India flight engine damaged post landing in Delhi. So we have put that picture out for you. During taxi to apron at taxiway, the engine ingested a cargo container, causing a lot of damage to the engine, number 2 engine. The incident occurred early in the morning. As per information, the visibility at the time of incident was quite marginal. The investigation in the beginning stages has revealed that a BWFS tug transporting few containers to baggage makeup area of Terminal 3 crossed this intersection while on the vehicular lane. And during the crossing, one of the containers toppled onto the taxiway intersection. So this is the engine which was damaged. So we have put that out for you. This is the Air India engine which was damaged post-landing in Delhi. And we're also getting some more updates coming in, because the investigation would be continuing in this case. Further investigation is being carried out by DGCA. This is what the Directorate General of Civil Aviation has said. So we have got those pictures. That is the Air India engine which was damaged. This is the Air India aircraft A350 VTGRB while operating flight Air India 101 Delhi to New York was involved in air turn back due to Iranian airspace closure. Aircraft landed safely at runway 28 in Delhi. These exclusive pictures which are coming in of this flight. We'll put out this flight. Okay, then we have a picture of the flight as well. We have the picture of the Air India flight as well, whose engine has been damaged. The investigation, of course, is continuing in this case, because the Director General of Civil Aviation has put a statement out saying that investigation will be carried out by the DGCA to really understand, what has happened here. So the engine, this is the Air India Delhi to New York flight engine, which got sucked in the baggage container. It has been quite damaged. This happened in the morning today during taxiing in dense fog at the airport. And the damage has been confirmed by the DGCA. This is a flight which was operating between Delhi and New York. Returned to the airport after the Iranian airspace closure impacted its route. Engine damage occurred just after the aircraft landed in Delhi. Exclusive pictures on your screen. And this is coming in as we see that during the incident, the plane was safely positioned at designated parking, ensuring safety of the passengers. That's what we know so far. So only the engine has been damaged, according to the latest. So the aircraft is grounded. Investigation will continue, and Republic TV keeps getting the top updates on India's #1 news channel. Stay tuned.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा प्योर मसाला
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year. with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Iran is boiling. Iranians are protesting against the Khamenei regime. U.S. President Donald Trump has urged Iranians to keep protesting and take over institutions, and has assured them that help is on the way.
Well, no, they're starting to, it looks like, and there seem to be some people killed that aren't supposed to be killed. These are violent, if you call them leaders, I don't know if they're leaders or just they rule through violence. But we're looking at it very seriously. The military is looking at it.
MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा और मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
Iran is boiling. Iranians are protesting against the Khamenei regime. U.S. President Donald Trump has urged Iranians to keep protesting and take over institutions, and has assured them that help is on the way.
Well, no, they're starting to, it looks like, and there seem to be some people killed that aren't supposed to be killed. These are violent, if you call them leaders, I don't know if they're leaders or just they rule through violence. But we're looking at it very seriously. The military is looking at it, and we're looking at some very strong options. We'll make a determination. Well, if they do that, we'll consider things targets they wouldn't believe. If they do that, we will hit them at levels that they've never been hit before. They won't even believe it. I have options that are so strong. So, I mean, if they did that, it'll be met with a very, very powerful force.
So Iran's in big trouble. It looks to me that the people are taking over certain cities that nobody thought were really possible just a few weeks ago. We're watching the situation very carefully. I've made the statement very strongly that if they start killing people like they have in the past, we will get involved. We'll be hitting them very hard where it hurts. And that doesn't mean boots on the ground, but it means hitting them very, very hard where it hurts. So we don't want that to happen. There have been cases like this where President Obama totally backed down. But this is something pretty incredible that's happening in Iran. It's an amazing thing to watch. They've done a bad job. They've treated their people very badly, and now they're being paid back. So let's see what happens. We're watching it.
U.S. has proven its military capacity in Operation Midnight Hammer, where the United States military bombed Iran's nuclear facilities. U.S. B-2 stealth bombers, which flew a secretive and historic long-range mission, dropped 14 massive ordnance penetrators, also known as bunker buster bombs, on 3 critical Iranian nuclear sites: Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Thank you for joining us on This Is Exclusive. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Niranjan, and we have to do a reality check on India's sports infrastructure. We're doing that on the show this evening. Here are the headlines, 7 p.m. on Republic. Major controversy during the India Open. Pigeon droppings, pollution, monkeys inside the stadium. The state of India's sporting infrastructure under question. West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata insults forces, claims army commandant doing BJP and SIR work. She directly targets the army now.
कौन? अराजकता की मूर्ति, जंगल राज का प्रतीक ममता बनर्जी, और बड़े दुख से कहना पड़ता है, ये वो व्यक्ति है जो संविधान की शपथ लेता है।
BJP goes after Mamata Banerjee after she faces a huge jolt in the Supreme Court. ED FIR stayed. All the FIRs filed by the Bengal police now stayed by the Supreme Court after intervention. Ahmedabad crash. Investigation continues. And why on earth is the Accident Bureau under DGCA going after pilots and summoning pilots' relatives in the investigation? Legal notice sent to the DGCA. In the last few days, there have been headlines after players complained about the air quality, complained about the state of infrastructure, complained about pigeon droppings, complained about monkeys inside the stadium. And we here at Republic have done a reality check at some of the sporting facilities where the tournament is currently underway. Let's show you some of the videos. First up, let's show you the pictures that came in. Some of the videos that have come in, this is inside the KD Jadhav Stadium. These are pictures that came in showing how monkeys were walking around the stands, and the Badminton Association of India says that the door was open and that's how the monkeys just happened to get inside. But this is not the only reason why we are doing this story. Let's show you some more pictures of the state of infrastructure. This is a state of sporting infrastructure. This is the KD Jadhav Stadium. This is garbage strewn all around. These were pictures taken by Republic reporter today. The Republic reporter was there at the KG Jadhav Stadium, and in fact we will be joined by some of our reporters who are live inside and outside the stadium. We have reporters inside the stadium and outside the stadium. And this is the state of infrastructure. In fact, some of the athletes complain, and you remember that in the national capital, in the last few months, there have been several complaints by athletes. It's not only about India Open, it's not only about badminton, it's about the sporting infrastructure. There were athletes who came to the national capital a few months back, but were bitten by stray dogs. And now you have athletes, some of whom have withdrawn because of the poor air quality in the national capital. Some are complaining about how there were pigeon droppings on the badminton court. And this is the state of affairs inside. In fact, these are not just stray dogs, and there was garbage inside the stadium. Let's show the pictures of the garbage that was being cleaned as we were reporting from inside. We will be reporting inside the stadium as well in a short while from now. But that's the national capital. That is the KD Jadhav Stadium. It's a reality check. And our duty here at Republic TV is to give those who run India's sporting bodies a reality check of what is happening inside sporting infrastructures. Crores and crores of rupees is spent building these stadiums. And then look at the state of the infrastructure, ladies and gentlemen. And that is why we are raising some questions on whether adequate care is taken, whether we are taking sports serious enough, and then we ask questions about whether we, fail to win medals, why we fail to win medals, whether we did enough for athletes and whether athletes failed us. But if this is the state of infrastructure and if this is how much we care about sports in India, then questions will have to be asked. And that is why we are getting you these pictures. This is inside the badminton stadium. Let's show you what some of the players said. We had graphics. Before I go across to Harsh, I want to show you some of the comments that were made. Of course, the Badminton Association of India is countering these claims. I'm going to put out the graphics now of what the Badminton Association of India said and what the players from different countries complained about. Let's put that up first, please. If we can show our viewers, on air, we'll just do that. And take a look at this situation. This is a Danish shuttler, Mia Blichfeldt. She said the situation remains unchanged from last year. She was here last year as well. And then she complained about this. She said the badminton courts are dirty and unfit to be played on, saying the condition of the court is unhealthy, professional. She spoke about bird droppings, and she spoke about how cold the stadium was even for practice. And then another shuttler, this is world number 3, Anders Antonsen. He's a Danish shuttler. Withdrew. He said, don't think Delhi is a place to host a badminton tournament, given the air quality. And it is embarrassing, ladies and gentlemen, because we spoke about air quality, and as we speak, as of this minute, the air quality in the Delhi NCR is above 350. It's above 350. And it is in the poor to hazardous category. And that is why athletes are extremely let down. Indians should be angry about the state of affairs, and we are asking those questions. Harsh is joining us live. Let's go back to those pictures. And Harsh is outside the KD Jadhav Stadium. Yeah, let me go across to him. Harsh, you were there. Can you tell us where you recorded these pictures? Were these pictures inside the stadium compound? By the way, this is what the BAI says. They've said that the remarks made by these players are not about the main playing arena, and that the comments on the training venue, and they're not really on the match arena. Adding that the foreign players spoke about general playing conditions in India. This is what Sanjay Mishra said. He is the General Secretary of BAI, saying that the player did not speak about the competition venue. So they say that training venue, this can happen, but in the competition venue, it is perfectly fine. Now, this is the justification that came in. But let's go back to the pictures of the KD Jadhav Stadium. The monkeys, garbage, and Harsh is joining me live. Harsh, where did you shoot these pictures, and can you tell us about what you saw there?
Yes, Niranjan, we are standing right outside the KD Jadhav Stadium here in New Delhi. What the pictures we shot a few minutes back were the pictures right outside the stadium premises. And let me tell you that this was originally the official spot where India Open was scheduled to take place. However, it was later shifted to Indira Gandhi Indoor Stadium. However, when the team of Republic made attempts to go inside the stadium to actually see the condition here, we were not allowed to go inside. Deliberate efforts were made to drag us outside the stadium. However, we managed to click a few videos where it can be seen that workers were deployed while we were reporting to actually clean the premises.
1 minute. Harsh, there's a video here where they're cleaning the garbage. I'm going full frame to the pictures and I'm going to describe the pictures and I want you to tell us where those pictures were shot. Now, this is garbage. Inside the stadium premises, not outside. It's inside the KD Jadhav Stadium, right? It's inside the compound where you're seeing all these people and they're clearing the garbage. And you're saying the garbage was being cleared after you went inside, right? After you went inside.
Yes, right. We are standing currently right outside the main entrance of the KD Jadhav Stadium. And when you see, if I would ask my video journalist to pan inside the stadium, what you can see is the premises that was being cleaned when we were reporting from inside the stadium. However, teams were deployed to drag